Okay, turn off the audio. Mm. Yo. Shit. Yeah, we're gonna. Okay, keep it.
No. Yep. Is it double on your end or it's the stream here? And okay.
Hey,
You can see me?
I do.
There we go. I'm just gonna leave from this side. Awesome. How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing? Where are you?
I'm doing amazing. We're in the middle of Hawkesbury, so
Yeah.
we were running, and there is no good cellular anywhere. So we had to go straight into the middle of Hawkesbury so that we could
Amazing.
finally get some good cellular for this interview. Is that all right?
Amazing. Let's go, man. I love it.
All right. Awesome.
Sorry I'm dressed the way I am. I just we're at the country house and I'm just finished a workout, so I'm a little bit I'm not as professional as I normally am on camera.
Dude, literally, don't even worry about it. I think I'm
I mean, I guess
sweating
you're
like an
running, so
absolute.
you're sweaty and gross too, so that's good.
Dude, literally, like the first day is my first marathon that I ever ran. I ran like a 50K. The second day, I have to admit, I was gonna run the whole thing, but then I had to bike 100K because I was like, running 200K in 3 days,
Too much.
I think I would actually die.
So you
I
so
felt
you so you started to bike?
I biked for the second day, but I'm running the last 50K today. So I did a
Amazing.
50K run, 100K bike, 50K run because I wanted to hold my word to you a
Oh
certain
man.
amount.
Do you want to tell everyone how this all happened? You want to kind of start at the top?
Okay. Okay, absolutely. So basically, everyone, the way that this happened, is I went to Harley one day and I asked him to be my mentor, and he was like, okay, no, I don't know if I have time for that. And then I was like, okay, well, in life, if you want something, you really have to give. You know what I mean? You can't receive anything without giving a certain amount. So I looked at him. I was like, what would you do if I ran from the Montreal Shopify office to the Ottawa Shopify office? And he was like, Jesus Christ, there's no universe you're actually going to do that. And I was like, well, I don't think you realize how insane I am. So he's like, okay, well, at that point, you've earned my time, you know? So I was like, okay, bet. I planned it out. So, dude, basically, I contacted as many people as possible, tried to get as many CEOs and people on board, and turned this into as big of an event as possible, around the idea of kind of like entrepreneurship and pain and doing hard things, for the sake of getting things that you feel like you really want to get. And that's really the theme of this entire thing. Harley, I don't know if you know, but I got Dalton Caldwell, managing partner from Y Combinator. I have the CEO of Strava coming on, and then I have a bunch of founders throughout
Amazing.
the day hopping
I,
on.
I, I
Uh,
love it. I mean, I think what you're also exemplifying is like, you know, in kind of an era where attention is everyone's vying for each other's attention, and we all have sort of these mini distribution studios in our pockets with social media and frankly, just like our ability to put stuff out there. What I think is more valued now than ever is someone that just has incredible conviction. And I think no matter what level of business you're at, whether you're just getting started or you're running a large billion-dollar company, I still think the same thing applies, which is like, how do you actually focus on exemplifying conviction? And I mean, running from the Shopify Montreal office to the Ottawa office is exactly that. You were exemplifying incredible conviction. I think the lesson is that is the lesson here. The lesson here is like, how many times have you been told no by a customer, a partner, a potential, someone that you're trying to date or someone you want to go out with, a potential, someone who you want to work with, someone that you want to go to that doesn't have a table. Like, throughout our lives, there are things that we want that we can have, and often, if you have enough conviction. I'll tell you a quick story about my wife, who I've been married to for 13 years, who's Lindsay, who's incredible. Lindsay and I actually met at speed dating, and she didn't pick me as the match. And so the way speed dating works is you pick the other person, and if there's sort of double opt in, then the speed dating organizers connect you. Well, Lindsay didn't pick me, but I knew there was a spark in there, and so I began to call her and text her and say, hey, I really would love to take you out on a date, and obviously it's led to this incredible relationship over time. These things in our lives, whether it's personal or it's professional, whether it's entrepreneurial or capitalistic or it's romantic, we have these things that we want, and often, obviously, you need to know when to back off, but there are often these times where there's something there, and you just have to kind of get the other person to kind of realize that, and that, I think, is where conviction plays a huge role.
Yeah, dude, I definitely agree. Actually, before I ask you the first question, you know what's hilarious is actually my girlfriend who's here with me today. She's gonna follow me along the run.
Oh
And
wow.
sorry, you're the first person on the run today. You're the first person
Nice.
on live today. So we picked up a few hundred viewers over the past few days, but hopefully we're gonna pick some up today. But
Amazing.
my girlfriend initially did not want to date me at all, and I wrote her in. I was super drunk one night, and I wrote her a 10-page essay of why she should date me. And then she was like, I can't date you, especially after that essay. And then somehow, after a series of months, I convinced her to date me after she rejected me like over 10 times. So I
Amazing.
know what you're talking about. And I think like
Amazing.
definitely, like, no matter what in life, if you really feel like something is there, you should probably push towards it. And I think actually to that point of ignoring signs, obviously, in a healthy manner,
Yep.
of ignoring signs, the first question that I have to ask you is like, what is the piece of advice that you first ignored, um that now you realize is correct? And I think for me there's a lot of that because I'm a very arrogant guy. I could be very, very hard-headed and arrogant, which is an interesting
I
combination,
mean,
but I think
step
for
one,
go ahead.
don't be arrogant. I mean, that is,
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think that's something that gets easier as you get older. You realize how little it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. And if you're familiar with that, but effectively,
Absolutely.
like when you know so little about something, you believe you know everything about it, and that is
Exactly.
the same case for business or life or even in relationships. And so the more you actually learn about the thing, the less you realize you know. But in terms of something that I believed then, that like when I was getting started, that I don't now. Um, I think a lot of people are chasing this like work-life harmony thing or this work-life balance thing, whatever you want to call it. I actually think like whatever, like there are different stages of life that require a different level of attention. And I don't necessarily think, I think people look at it sort of binary. Either they're working really hard or they're enjoying their life. And I mean, it's Saturday morning. I'm at the cottage with the country house with my family right now. I worked out this morning, and I'm going to go do a couple hours of like work, like Shopify related work. I don't look at that as that's not a bad Saturday. It's just like this weekend requires me to do some stuff that I'm responsible for. And I think, everybody wants to be in the arena until they kind of realize that they get bloody, whatever that expression is. I believe that that's true. Everyone sort of looks at successful, specifically in business and entrepreneurship. People look at successful entrepreneurs and they believe that they want to emulate what they've done. But I think what they miss is like they only see the highlight reel. They miss the blue.
Yeah.
The older I get, I have this thing called Big Shot, which is an archive of the greatest Jewish entrepreneurs of the last 50 years. And I'm meeting with all these incredible people in their 80s and 90s, these billionaires that have created something from nothing. Izzy Sharp from the Four Seasons, and Bobby Kotick, who created Activision Blizzard, and Don Sofer, we just did last week, who created Aventura, Florida from scratch with Swampland. And what you sort of
Yeah,
realize,
I saw that one.
it was an amazing interview. But what you realize as you sort of talk to these people is that they it's never been easy for them. It's still not easy for them. And as they, especially in their 80s and 90s, where health becomes an issue, and they've lost a lot of friends, and people around them are no longer around. It still is not easy. Like they're still grinding at 90 years old. And so I think like this idea of finding your own version of balance is really what you want to do, as opposed to emulating, well, I work 9 to 5 and then on weekends I do this and nights I do that. Like forget that shit. Figure out what works for you. And there's going to be periods in your life whereby it's like 80 hours a week, like let's fucking go. You have to work your ass off. And there's going to be other times where you're like, look, like I'm actually going to go and spend the afternoon with my kids today. But your version of that type of balance or harmony, whatever you want to call it, is going to be dependent on your particular situation. And it's sort of like mentorship. A lot of people take a mentor and they cargo cult everything about that mentor.
Yeah.
Like family life, work life, how they interact with their kids, and how they do philanthropy, and how they interact with their community. It's and like a much better way to, I have a great mentor of mine who's an incredible investor, but he's been married 3 times. So he's a terrible mentor from a relationship perspective, but an incredible investor mentor. So you take a little bit of each of these people. The same thing goes for this idea of like, how do you structure your time? It has to be dependent on what you are going after at that moment, and also what your responsibilities require in that particular time. There's ebbs and flows to it. I didn't know that early on. I began to look at people and say, I'm going to do what they do. I'm going to work 70 hours a week and then 20 hours a week to this and 8 hours. I think that it doesn't make sense. You absolutely have to find your own version of it.
Yeah, no, I think I definitely agree. Actually, like there was a huge theme, like to that point. There's 2 things that you said, and it's like I don't necessarily believe in being arrogant, and then like the Dunning Kruger curve, and then I think a huge theme that you're kind of touching on that is like authenticity, and 2 things that came up a lot in everyone that I spoke to yesterday. So yesterday I spoke to David Charbonneau from Boreal, and I spoke to Chris Arsenault from Inovia, right, who's built one of Canada's largest funds, and he's like, to be humble and to be truly yourself. And to be truly yourself, you have to be humble. And to be humble, you have to be truly yourself. And like only in that you're going to find the pace of things that really works best for you. Right. And I think that's like, it's an amazing thing that you see people who've really kind of pushed further and further in life, like really only recognize and continue to recognize every single day and at the end. And that's something like I feel like I've felt in this run. I'm not going to lie. Not a single kilometer gets easier.
No, of
Not
course,
one single kilometer.
it gets harder. You get more tired. That is life. Look, I've said this before, and I've been
Yeah.
criticized for saying it, but like, you either want to be in this arena called entrepreneurship or you don't. And if you do, I think it's the greatest thing in the world. But it comes with a whole bunch of stuff that is not very good. And it's really complicated and it's really confusing at times, and it's stressful and it's anxiety prone, and like there's sleepless nights and all that stuff too. You can also just go, you can go be a dentist too, right? The
Yeah.
dentists, I love the dentists I work with, but most of them, don't work on Fridays. They all go golfing Fridays, it seems. That is not entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Okay, and now to the next question, which I've reformatted a little bit, but I want to maintain the essence of. Like it's kind of like what is the definition of success to you? But more what I want to know is kind of like when you die and when you hit that like 80 to 90 point, what do you want to have done in life? And I think for me, like a huge reason I'm an entrepreneur is because like I want to leave a lasting impact on the world. And like it sounds cringy, but it's true. Like you want to look at people's lives and understand that they were changed because of you. And that's my perspective. And I'm wondering what it is for you.
I'm not at a point yet where I think about legacy. I think legacy is something you should start thinking about later in life. I'm still like, I'm still, frankly, I believe I'm on my come up, still.
Definitely.
Look, entrepreneurship is not just what Shopify's mission is, it's also my personal mission. I believe deeply in
Yeah.
it because it's been my family's story since 1956 when my father was an immigrant in Canada.
Yeah.
So ultimately, I do feel like I want to have an impact on the thing that is most meaningful to me, which is entrepreneurship. And I think the greatest way for me to have an impact on that is through my work at Shopify.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I want, in the interview that I did for Big Shot with Izzy Sharp, the guy that created the Four Seasons hotel
Yeah.
chain, like he not just created Four Seasons, he basically reinvented the hotel chain model, right? Four Seasons is very
Yeah.
unique because they own the services, but the properties are owned individually, independently in each city. When you talk to him about legacy, again, he's 93. He talks about his relationship with Rosie, his wife, and how how they've raised this great family, how they've built, they created the Terry Fox run together and they built Four Seasons together and stuff like that. So as much as I think what I want to remember by is for entrepreneurship, I also want to feel that I was as good at being a great dad and a great husband and one day a great
Yeah.
grandfather or whatever, as I was a great entrepreneur, because I think that I think you can have your cake and eat it too in that capacity. Beyond that, I mean, look, there's not a lot of things that I'm deeply passionate about. I'm deeply passionate about entrepreneurship. I'm deeply passionate about Canada. I'm deeply passionate about the Jewish community. I'm deeply passionate about my family. Like there are things that I care about. And there's like, if you ask me like, to talk to you about sports, for example, any major, I have
Yeah.
no idea. I don't know who plays. I don't know what the teams are called. I have zero interest in it. So I'm not like a 3% or 3 out of 10 kind of guy. I'm like a 10 out of kind of guy, or I'm a 0 out of 10. And I think over time, what you end up doing is you end up accumulating a bunch of stuff that just is not that meaningful to you. And I want to look back when I'm in my 90s or, older, hopefully. And I want to be like, the things that I cared about, that got a disproportionate amount of my attention.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. And there's a few more. So we kind of hit the questions that were pre-approved, and I have a few questions that we did not pre-approve that I actually want to know personally. And tell me if you can't answer them at all. I want to make sure we respect your brand and yourself. But how do you feel like? I know you went on a podcast and you actually talked about it, and you post a lot about it with your relationship with your wife and how important that was for you in entrepreneurship. I feel like sometimes entrepreneurs or people feel like they need to sacrifice necessarily like a relationship with someone, and I want to understand like how you feel like your relationship, and I know you've already spoken about it before, has helped you in your journey, because I think that's personally a really important thing for me as well.
I mean, no one believes in me more than Lindsay, more than my wife, maybe my mom. My mom, I was really, really lucky to have a mom and dad, but my mom in particular, who
I know what you
really
mean.
believed. like when I gave her a crazy idea. I mean, my dad was really helpful. My dad made me my first business card when I was 13 and taught me about entrepreneurship. But it was my mom who, like, when I said, "Hey, I want to do this thing," she's like, "Great, you can do it." Like, I want to go do a JD MBA at Ottawa, and like at University of Ottawa. Like, I had no business doing that. And my grades weren't very good in college. She's like, "Of course, you should go do that. I'm going to go join this like crazy little company and join this guy named Toby and build Shopify." She's like, "Of course, you should go do that." So, but I think other than my mom, my wife is the one who actually like is the one who has constantly believed in me. And on those weeks where things are like, Lindsay and I did a podcast together called Modern Relationships. It's on YouTube. We talk a lot about that, like, you know, business for me is will never be an excuse for why I'm not a good husband or father, but it's important that you are a team. And I do think that, like, if you could find, like, I think one of the most important decisions, if not the most important decision to make, is this idea of having a spouse or a partner in your life where it's like a team. And that means, like, it's never 50-50. And I think anyone that sort of purports to be like, well, it's 50-50 on everything is going to be disappointed. It's like for something it's like I'm 80 and she's 20. And for something she's 80 and I'm 20. But this idea, like, we are a team. It's Harley and Lindsay versus the world. And there are weeks where I'm like, I'm I was in Toronto for Shopify Summit. I was in Toronto for 2 weeks preparing for Summit. I was gone. Like, I wasn't home for 2 weeks. And at some point she's like, "Okay, you're gone for too long. I'm going to come and visit you in Toronto." So like I was on a business trip outside of Montreal. She came to visit me while I was on the business trip because, like, she knew I couldn't leave, but she wanted to make sure we spent time together. You want to be able to have that dynamic. If you don't have that dynamic, everything gets much more difficult.
Yeah, no, dude, I definitely agree. I think it's amazing. And I think it's like so important. Like, as you said, like, you guys, it's you and that person against the world. And
That's
you're
right.
really partnered up to really hit that together.
That's right.
And then I guess we don't have a lot more time. But kind of like for the final question, uh, go to market is really, that's your strong suit, correct? Like,
Yeah.
really, like,
I mean,
talking to
storytelling.
customers.
Yeah. I mean, I don't write code. My job is to basically take the code and the product that much smarter people have created and make sure the whole world uses it, knows about it, and tells their friends about it.
Yeah. And then how do you feel like you've honestly, because you know what's funny, and this is like a personal anecdote for a second. For my entire life, I felt like I was such a terrible developer that I wanted to become the best technical person in the world. And I placed so much importance on building something great technically. And then only when I actually learned, about, like, when I started building a company, did I learn about the importance of storytelling and the skill that I felt like I had that I'd completely, ignored for most of my life. And I guess it's like, how did you learn to come into your own in telling stories, in communicating, and in building the brand that Shopify is? Because, like, honestly, like, when I think of Shopify, when I talk to people about Shopify, they're like, yeah, that's Shopify. Like, it's a phenomenal brand and it's incredibly well represented. And like being completely, like, how do you do that? Because that is
Yeah.
something that, like, I
Well,
even
think about
I want to do,
on a personal level. You have to sort of match your philosophy around, like, life's work with the stage of the company you work at. And so,
Yeah,
like, in the early days of any company and startup, you cannot specialize. You must be a Swiss Army knife. You have, like, there are photos floating around Shopify. There's a bit of a joke now, but of me, like, literally mopping the floors because the
yeah,
floors were dirty. We couldn't afford, someone to clean the floors, so I mopped the floors. I mean, it's a little bit of a dramatic example or metaphor, but it's
yeah,
true. Part of it is, like, in the early days, you have to do everything. And so you become a journalist, and it's a generalist. And it's only sort of when the company gets to a particular stage that you really can begin to specialize. And you can begin
yeah,
to specialize. And for me, when I began to think about how do I specialize, I looked at the things that, like, I mean, it's so cheesy, but it's like ikigai stuff. It's like, what is the stuff that gives me
yeah,
the most amount of joy? Where can I have the most amount of impact? And what do I think is the thing that the craft that I think I can be world class at? And, like, what I love, what's going to help Shopify the most, and what do I think I can be world class at? That's typically where you eventually begin to specialize. And for me, that's always been storytelling. Ever since I was a kid, Bill Gates talks about whatever you did and loved doing between the ages of 13 and 16 years old is probably what you should do the rest of your life. Well, that was me with storytelling. I was DJing, I was selling T-shirts, but it was all about story for me. It was all explaining what we were doing, getting
yeah,
people excited and and raising the energy and the exothermic energy in the room. Well, Shopify now is at the point where actually that thing that I love doing, that I can have the most impact on, and thing that I think I can eventually be world class at, is storytelling, is very, very valuable for Shopify. So, like, it's actually, like, this is the most fun I've ever had at Shopify because the stage of the company that it's in relative to my particular skill set is perfectly aligned. And in the early days, like, I had product teams that I worked on. I worked on product myself, the app store, the theme store, the first iteration of Shopify Plus. These are things that, I spent a lot of time developing and creating inside of the company. And it's because I like, someone had to do it and there wasn't that many people, so I did it. But this thing that I'm doing right now, this role is way better for me and way more valuable, I think, impactful for Shopify. But you have to wait for the right time to do so. In terms of like the idea of like brand and all that stuff, look, brand is when you is the best way to think about brand is when you say a word, a term, a company name, how does it make people feel? If it makes people feel a certain way, that is that brand. And it's not like what you put on the walls. I mean, it's like culture. Like, culture is not what you put on the walls. Culture is what happens when nobody's looking. How does the company operate when no one is observing? Well, brand's a little bit like that too. And for me, it's really great is the brand of Shopify, which is the entrepreneurship company, is something that I've been deeply developing with Toby and the team for, almost 2 decades. We want to keep developing that. And everything that we do, whether it's a simple thing like what we're doing right now this morning, where you're running from Montreal to Ottawa, or it's a huge event we're doing at National Retail Federation, or at Shopify Summit, or it's a product release with Shopify Editions, everything ties back to this brand of how do we create more entrepreneurs? How do we make entrepreneurs more successful? And when we see something that feels off-brand, we kill it because that's not right. That's not Shopify. That might be good for someone else, but that's not us. We try to do things in a particular way, and that also does not get easier. You're constantly developing brand. And the things that I deeply care about. I'm just looking in the camera, like On Running, Salomon. This is Jesse Itzler's new company, his Nose Strips, who's a Shopify. These are all Shopify stores. Like, I pray at the altar of these people. Shopify, the altar of entrepreneurship. That's brand. When you can say you want to be the entrepreneurship company, but you have, if you really want to do something, if you really want to be the X company, everything you do has to relate to that particular thing.
Yeah. No, definitely, man. And then I don't know if you still have time, but I'm actually you got a few minutes. Okay. And this one you can answer, you don't have to answer. What's the hardest moment that you've been through personally or professionally while building Shopify? And I think there's a lot of moments that we've had that I've only it's you push, man. And I'm curious what yours are,
I mean, COVID was really hard for me personally because I'm a power extrovert. I need to be around
Yeah.
people. Today I mentioned we're at the Country House today, and there's people here. Friends are here. The trainer's here. Like, there's always people around me. My family's here. Like, we always have people around us. That's where I get my energy from. My favorite way to spend a Saturday is working and working out with people around, and just there's all these things happening. And COVID was a disaster for me. I felt like a shell of myself. It was not very good. That was really, really hard. Beyond that, it's kind of always hard. I mean, we tried this thing, the Shopify Fulfillment Network. It didn't work out. We sold off our shipping division. There's constantly things that are difficult. It doesn't get any easier. The tariff stuff came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, every one of our merchants is looking to us to help them navigate the tariff thing. Well, we didn't. That was new for us too. It's all hard. The question is, being successful is hard. Being unsuccessful is also hard. Pick your hard. And the hard that I pick, the hard that Shopify picks, is the one that leads to more entrepreneurs.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. All right, man. I'm not gonna take any more of your time.
All right, dude.
Harley,
So keep
we
running.
appreciate it.
When do you expect to get to Ottawa?
In 7 hours. 7 hours from now, I'll be there.
All right, well, send me a text when you get there. Congratulations. This is incredible.
All right, bet. Do I have your number, by the way? I'll email you. It's fine.
Give me an email. I'll send you.
All right, bet. Ciao, brother. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
Keep going. All right, see you. Bye.
All right, people. Thank you for watching. Basically, we're gonna drive to 42 kilometers away from Ottawa because this was the only spot with cell service. So in about 30 minutes, I'm gonna start running, and then hopefully I do not cut out of cell service. That would be amazing. But thank you so much for tuning in. We have Dalton Caldwell at 3 p.m. We have Chris Arsenault at 2 p.m. We have the CEO of Strava later tonight at what's it called? We have the CEO of Strava later tonight at 7 p.m. And then hopefully all goes well from there. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys soon. I should do something late day. Also, I'm just being the blade sun for a really long period of Principal streets. Principal streets. Love Main Street. Like now, I'm like laughing. No, I complained a lot. I probably could have done it in like I probably could have shaved off 2 hours if I just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that pace was not incredible.
That was the worst. It was hilariously shit.
Like, okay, you were dozing. No, but like dozing for your next, like knowing that you have to run the next day to not want to use your, like, that's fine. But if you're doing it in 8 hours today again, it's pretty slow. I'm not gonna lie. 5 kilometers an hour is like the average walking human pace.
No, I know. I'm going at human walking pace. I'm just jogging at human walking pace. I'm just walking for like 16 hours.
Yeah, but like at least walk faster than like an average old lady.
No, I'm doing a 9 minute per kilometer pace, which is
Like my grandmother like sent me 10 kilometers. She was doing a 12 minute per kilometer. This is what you're going. Like,
no. I was doing a 9 minute per k pace,
okay.
which is a brisk walk.
It is.
Wend over, bend over. Yo, the Papanak Park Zoo is near here.
That's a stop. I'll stop on the way back and send you guys pictures.
The Guapa back. Clarence Rocco.
FanDuel here.
It's time to gamble, baby.
Oh, I made some money. They got good promotions.
There was a guy. Okay, you know how last year like we basically just could not pay for anyone.
Yeah.
Like there's a guy who made his entire salary in the first 3 months just gambling. Like he made 23 grand.
That's pretty crazy.
He made all that money gambling.
But I feel like I do not support gambling.
Like sports betting.
No, that's what I did. But I did it with an advantage. I did it strategically.
Well, he made a lot of money, so.
Yeah, just facts.
Oh.
But like you can make a
Time to run. Sorry. 39 kilometers. There you go. What did you say? It's at 39 kilometers. Okay, there's probably going to be a point. We might be on the side of the road. Not for an extended period of time, but for a bit. It'll get better as we get into the suburbs. If you want, you can take the safer route and I'll run. But you can take the longer route, but I'll run on that. Does that make sense? Okay. Smash burger. Yeah, it's very hot. Yeah, be careful, okay? Like, be careful on these roads because people will go really fast and not pay attention. Makes sense? Yeah, I know. It's okay. What? Yeah. Yeah. Ça sent la vache. Smells like cow shit. Smells a lot like cow shit. Be careful, okay? Love you too. Yeah. Are we in Quebec or Ontario?
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Never mind. How you feel?
Ah, I feel all right. I'm gonna Gatorade. Shit. I can go. As I'm running, I might ask you to like grab stuff for me so that I don't need to stop. Does that make sense? I might ask you to grab stuff for me as I'm going so I don't need to stop.
Like, tell me, then I'll stop grabbing.
Yeah. No, my banana. Oh, let's have.
Hey, Taylor!
What? The debt. Facts. Physically fit.
Oh, I've never wished for a McDonald's.
You've never wished for McDonald's?
I can't go into the small business.
You can't go into small businesses to pee? That's funny. Probably go here. There's a bike walk in there.
Like wild territory.
Okay.
Okay, on.
What? Okay. What's up, monkey? Nice. It says get on the other. Stay on this side. I we're gonna keep running straight. Bro, the thing about Google Maps, it'll just like send you on the highway. And I'm like, dude, what the
Option to turn off highways though, like for cars too.
really?
If you go in settings, it's like
Avoid highways. Bet.
do you want some Gatorade water?
Uh bro, it's like yeah, it's still pulling us onto a fucking highway. Yeah, it's really hot, dude. Okay. See when we can go.
Yeah, make sure you don't notice.
Also, I know you want a tan, but I would put it for you're a fucking burn.
I don't really. I have this year's sports bra.
That's all you brought.
I didn't bring a lot of my shirts. I work out in sports bra.
Okay. I'd put on your sports bra. Bro, it's just not letting us go. Come on. Let me go. Let me go. Bro, let me go. Yeah, the sun is blazing today. Nice. Nah, Google Maps told me to go around, but I'm going this way. Walking in with me? Run, Forrest, run. All right. I would rather you bike around. This is like a 5 kilometer stretch. I'd rather you bike around. I'll grab some snacks now and I'll punch. Yeah, I'll grab snacks and a water bottle and I'll punch this one out.
Tell me a location.
Okay, meet me on Chemin Old Montréal. I'll send you a picture. Bro, why did my mom put? I love her so much. The banana bread is the best. Like that was super not helpful. It was made my life a lot harder. Okay, here I'll let you flip those. I'll grab a few things. Okay, I'll grab 2 more gels, a Rex bar, and some cheese.
Cheese string.
Cheese strings.
Like,
All right, so I'll let you do those up. Okay, I'm gonna send you a photo of where I want you to meet me. Okay, I sent you the photo. What? Yeah, you could also do that. Woo. All right, love you. Bye. Ah, put your sports bra on. You're gonna get sunstroke. Wait. I'm gonna ride all night long. Snack time. Cheese string time. Cheese string time. All right. I need to put you in the pocket because I cannot hold all of this at the same time. Just take me off backstage. Damien, hear me. Damien, Damien, text me if you can hear me. I'm not.
Thank you.
Yo, don't kill me, dog. David Charbonneau, how are you, man?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Ça va bien. Est-ce que tu m'entends bien?
Ouais, pas pire.
Super. Peut-être que je vais mettre mes AirPods. Donne-moi 2 secondes.
Pas de stress, c'est dans de faire ta course?
Je t'entends pas hyper bien. It's a bit. Oh. Je vais mettre les miens. Est-ce que tu m'entends?
Je vais switcher.
Super. OK.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Is this better?
This is better. Dude, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it. So yeah, this is a pre-recorded session for tomorrow. Today I did 100 kilometers by bike, and now I'm working with the team. So yesterday I did a marathon. Today I did 100 kilometers bike. Tomorrow I'm doing another marathon. And then during the marathon tomorrow, I'm going to be interviewing a bunch of people like Dalton Caldwell, Harley Finkelstein, President of Shopify, a bunch of YC founders, some Montreal founders, stuff like
Why are
that.
you doing this stunt? What's the idea behind that?
Okay, the goal is marketing, really. And the goal is because I was like, actually, you don't want to hear. There's two reasons. So the first thing is because I saw Harley at those Builders. I don't know if you know Builder Sundays, but he does them at the Shopify headquarters, where he shows up and then he has like 50 kids show up, and then you just work and then he's there and you could ask him questions and stuff. And then I asked him, I was like, "Oh, could you be my mentor?" And he was like, "I don't have time for that. Sorry, I would love to, but unfortunately, I run a large company." And I was like, "That's fair." And I was like, "What if I ran from Shopify Montreal to Shopify Ottawa?" And I was like, "Could you be my mentor then?" And then he was like, "You've really sweetened the deal on this one. But at that point, you've earned my respect and my time. So yeah, why not?" And then I was like, "Okay, sick." So then I was like, "I'm actually gonna do it." And he's like, "There's no way you're actually gonna do it." And I was like, "I'm actually gonna do it." So that's the idea. And then
T'es un
secondly,
malade, man.
ouais, je suis un malade, je sais bien. And then secondly, I was like, okay, well, if I'm gonna do it, I might as well like turn it into something bigger. So then I was like, let's see like how much I can do with this. So I just tried to like create as big of a splash and like maybe we could turn it into a launch. I really don't think it's been big enough to be a launch, but I mean, like having Dalton Caldwell, we have the CEO of Strava, the founder and CEO of Strava, which is great because I'm using Strava the whole time. So
So tell me, where do I come into play?
okay, so basically, right now, I mean, like this is a pre-recorded session, and I'm gonna ask you just a series of questions that people probably want to hear from a VC or from a founder because you founded Boreal, right? So
Yeah,
you're a
yeah.
founder. So I mean, I guess the first question is, I've spoken enough.
And
How about you?
this is
Go ahead.
all recorded,
All
right?
recorded. Yeah, all recorded. Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm gonna play it live tomorrow during the stream.
All right, man, t'es un malade. J'adore ça. En
Ouais.
français ou en anglais?
N'importe quel, n'importe quoi si tu veux. On peut le faire en
Ouais.
français, franchement, parce que je pense qu'on va on va avoir beaucoup d'anglais demain. Alors, so, pour, euh, pour nos Québécois, pour nos Français, what is the hardest problem that you faced and the hardest moment you've ever been in while founding Boreal? And I'll cut myself because it's very windy where I am.
C'est une super bonne question. Le moment le plus difficile, c'est le début, hein, c'est toujours partir qui est difficile, le fameux 0 à 1. Lorsqu'on a lancé le fonds, une fois qu'on était live, c'était juste le début, hein. On venait de lever un premier 26 millions. Mais après ça, d'être capable de se créer un nom, faire nos premiers deals, mais surtout de lever plus de capital, c'était exceptionnellement difficile. Puis je tiens à dire qu'on était quand même en 2021, à un moment où est-ce que l'argent était encore plus disponible qu'aujourd'hui. Fait que ouais, je me sentais comme un founder qui essayait de comprendre qu'est-ce que les VC cherchaient, mais moi, c'était qu'est-ce que les LP cherchaient. J'essayais de comprendre mon asset class, j'essayais de comprendre mon rôle moi-même comme managing partner. J'essayais de comprendre comment j'allais pouvoir bâtir la confiance avec des entrepreneurs pour qu'ils choisissent de prendre ma commodité, mon capital. Donc, tout ça mis ensemble avec un deuxième kid qui arrivait dans ma vie, ma femme lançait sa startup. C'est probablement un des derniers moments où est-ce que j'ai le moins dormi.
That's pretty interesting. And then what do you feel like is and I don't want to ask too much of a generic question, but the lesson that you didn't just pull from, because everyone pulls lessons. There's a bunch of lessons, and not maybe the most impactful lesson, but the lesson that you remember the most often in your work every single day.
C'est une super bonne question. La leçon qui m'impacte le plus, chaque personne a quelque chose à nous apprendre. Derrière chaque conversation, tu peux trouver du mentorat de tout le monde autour de toi. Juste de toi en ce moment qui est en train de faire cette course-là, j'apprends à repousser les limites et tout. J'ai appris d'un paquet de mentors à la BDC, j'ai appris d'un paquet de gens dans l'écosystème, j'ai appris de chaque conversation avec les fondateurs. Tout le monde a quelque chose à nous apprendre. Ça peut être technique, ça peut être humain. Il suffit juste d'écouter pour apprendre les leçons que les gens ont à nous partager.
That's really good. Et alors, maintenant, une question que je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de monde qui écoute, qui aimerait vraiment savoir, mais c'est qui, numéro un, ben, pour commencer, c'est qui le meilleur fondateur ou
Oh.
pas nécessairement fondateur préféré, mais fondateur qui a vraiment changé ta perspective de comment ça peut être un fondateur. So I'd say the person that's changed your perspective the most out of all founders.
Je pourrais pas te donner une réponse. Je vais être bien honnête avec toi. Genre, chaque fondateur, il y a quelque chose de trippant à partir d'eux, de leur ADN, de lancer de quoi, de se lancer eux-mêmes, de dépasser les limites. Ça revient un peu à ma première question, right? Chacun a quelque chose qui rend unique, qui rend spécial. C'est ça la beauté de notre écosystème, c'est que moi, je suis dans un vantage point où je peux parler à un paquet de gens tous les jours. Ils me parlent de leur histoire, ils me parlent de pourquoi est-ce qu'ils ont lancé quelque chose. Puis pour ça, j'ai de l'admiration. J'ai de l'admiration pour le guts, j'ai de l'admiration pour l'intellect de le faire, la manière dont ces gens-là sont capables de gérer des situations difficiles, beaucoup plus difficiles honnêtement que dans un fonds parce que j'ai 10 ans essentiellement de capital. Eux, c'est ta compagnie fait faillite à tous les ans ou à peu près. Donc, ce roller coaster-là émotionnel à travers lesquels les fondateurs passent, j'ai énormément de respect pour ça. Mais je pourrais pas te dire une personne. Je pourrais commencer à te nommer des gens à droite et à gauche, mais je pense que l'exercice prendrait une demi-heure de juste te name-dropper du monde puis qu'est-ce qu'on est intéressant à partager, là.
Ouais, c'est sick ça. Et maintenant, c'est quoi comme les caractéristiques de fondateur que tu pensais pas qui était important avant, mais tu penses maintenant tu connais et un des caractéristiques le plus important dans un fondateur?
Wow! Une belle humilité par rapport à la tâche, puis une certaine résilience émotionnelle, une capacité d'être capable d'aller puiser de l'énergie à des moments difficiles, d'être capable d'être stratégique, hein, de penser quelques étapes à l'avance pour être capable d'être efficace, mais en même temps d'avoir ce côté-là entêté, de se lancer au lieu d'intellectualiser les questions, d'être tout le temps dans l'action, d'être tout le temps dans la résolution. Je pense que c'est cette capacité-là, cette force motrice-là qui rend les entrepreneurs particulièrement stimulants. C'est cette capacité-là à passer de 0 à 1, d'une idée au concret, de faire avancer des gens, de les rallier derrière une idée, de les convaincre. C'est ces qualités-là que je trouve particulièrement exceptionnelles chez les entrepreneurs.
Ben, c'est intéressant. Et en plus de ça, qu'est-ce que j'allais dire? Mais what's a story ou une histoire que tu as trouvé où un fondateur a vraiment like, they demonstrated that characteristic? You know, one of the founders that either you invested in or you didn't invest in, that's like the craziest example that really brought you to realize that point.
Ouais, écoute, si tu veux des noms, c'est pas quelqu'un dans mon portefeuille, mais c'est un ami de longue date. Bertrand Limbaud est un des fondateurs que je trouve qui a une force de résilience absolument exceptionnelle. Il y a cette capacité-là d'aller rallier les gens, il y a une énergie qui est contagieuse. Et je veux dire, le gars est juste un MacGyver. N'importe quelle situation, you can count him down. Il y a toujours une énergie, il y a toujours quelque chose qui ressort. Bertrand et moi, on se connaît depuis une décennie. Maintenant, on a étudié ensemble à Polytechnique. Il y a de ça 2, 3 vies auparavant. On a même travaillé ensemble et sa capacité d'être capable de rebondir de toutes les situations me surprend encore à ce jour.
C'est super ça. Et maintenant, on parle plus de comme de VC, mais c'est pourquoi que t'as voulu lancer un fonds? Like, what made you want to start a VC fund? How do you get started like throwing a VC fund? I don't know if you worked in VC before, but like what made you want to like what's the story between you like I wanted to do this and now like what is step one to getting to be able to get this done?
C'est une très bonne question. Mon histoire, c'est une histoire quand même assez unique où est-ce que je me considère comme chanceux. Je considère que ma vie actuelle, ma carrière est un billet de loterie en soi, un outlier, 6 sigma. Je regarde ma carrière, j'ai toujours pris des décisions un peu au gut feeling, avec une certaine vision de vouloir accomplir quelque chose, avoir de l'impact, mais sans trop savoir où est-ce que je m'en allais. Puis je te dirais qu'à la mi-trentaine, excuse-moi l'anglicisme, mais ce scatter plot-là de décision a commencé à tracer une très, très, très belle ligne. Donc, de mes études en génie électrique au bac, à m'acheter du temps, à aller faire une maîtrise parce que je savais pas encore quoi faire dans la vie, de découvrir le management consulting, de lancer des comités, de rallier des gens alentour, de les matcher pour des projets, créer des équipes, d'être toujours la personne particulièrement humaine qui tripait sur l'individu, qui bâtissait les gens derrière le professionnel, m'a amené à un certain moment à rentrer en capital de risque, rallier le côté business avec le côté techno, parce que je tripe sur la techno, je tripe sur la science, je tripe sur le what could be, right? Donc, tu sais, j'ai pas un background en finance. Je suis pas arrivé là en me disant, je vais faire un fonds, tu sais. Moi, c'était de bâtir des ponts, travailler entre les silos. Puis, naturellement, toutes ces décisions-là m'ont amené vers le capital de risque. Donc, je me suis retrouvé à la mi-trentaine à être gestionnaire d'un fonds, quelque chose que je ne pensais pas qu'il allait être possible dans cet horizon de temps-là. Et c'est pour ça que je te dis, c'est un accident de parcours, tout ça. Tout fait du sens maintenant. Je pourrais te raconter une histoire qui est parfaitement linéaire, comme quoi c'est une vision depuis longtemps, mais j'ai juste été au gut feeling. J'essayais juste de faire des choses qui me faisaient triper, puis j'ai eu des années à me questionner sur moi-même, ma carrière, où est-ce que j'allais, c'était quoi le sens de tout ça dans la vingtaine. Je voyais des gens, tu sais, se lancer, je voyais des gens avoir du succès dans leur carrière, puis je me demandais, OK, ben moi, où est-ce que je cadre dans tout ça? And I just trust the process. Puis la vie m'a amené à un bel endroit maintenant où est-ce que j'ai une belle plateforme, où est-ce que je peux avoir un impact à échelle humaine, où est-ce que je peux passer du temps avec des gens stimulants. Je peux utiliser le capital pour qu'ils réalisent leur rêve ou du moins pour avancer leur business. Mais surtout, je peux créer quelque chose qui va au-delà de juste le cash. Tu sais, on peut créer du monde, mettre du monde entre eux, créer des business, bouncer des idées. C'est ça que je trouve plus de ma job.
Ouais, c'est beau ça. Et maintenant, de l'autre côté de ça, c'est quoi l'affaire la plus difficile que tu as réalisée pour commencer un fonds? And the hardest thing that like you feel like founders don't understand that VCs have to face every single day.
Moi aussi, j'ai une startup. C'est juste que mon time-lapse c'est différent. Je vends une commodité à la fin de la journée. Une commodité, ce que ça veut dire, c'est dans un bon venture, c'est pas moi qui ai le gros bout du bâton, là. Everybody has money. Tout le monde peut investir dans ta business. Donc, d'être capable de donner un service, une expérience, ou du moins de créer une identité de marque qui va au-delà du capital, qui permet comment je pourrais dire, de partager des valeurs, qui a un esprit de confiance pour se dire, bon, j'ai le goût de travailler avec David parce que, écoute, c'est avec lui que j'ai le goût d'aller au combat, que j'ai le goût de bâtir cette compagnie-là. Ça, c'est complexe en soi parce que je vends quelque chose d'immatériel, right? Donc ça, c'est une chose. Puis de l'autre côté, je vous dirais que moi aussi, j'ai une startup. Moi aussi, j'ai à raiser du cash. Moi aussi, j'ai des stakeholders à gérer. C'est juste d'une autre ampleur. Je suis un middleman entre un paquet d'individus, d'institutions, d'organisations, de corporatifs qui veulent avoir accès à des startups. Et moi, je suis le middleman entre les deux. Donc, moi aussi, j'ai une startup. Simplement que ma startup est peut-être un peu moins techno, un peu plus humaine, mais surtout est difficile à différencier. Puis ça, c'est quelque chose que j'apprends au jour le jour. Puis j'essaie juste, honnêtement, d'être moi-même, de m'entourer de gens qui partagent les mêmes valeurs and see where it goes.
Ouais, absolument. Et maintenant, c'est comme, tu as dit que en vendant un commodité, comme on dit, ta différenciation, c'est vraiment comme your brand. So how do you feel like, and a huge moat for, you know, VCs in general is brand. It's your image, it's how people think of you. You could have a $20 billion fund, but there's some much smaller funds that people prefer to go with. How do you feel like pardon me, but how do you feel like you've built a brand? What advice do you give to people who want to build a brand to help them differentiate themselves in a commodity-based market, you know?
C'est une bonne question. Puis je pense que même les fondateurs ont à faire ce même exercice-là. Je dirais que ça commence par une compréhension profonde de qui est-ce que tu es comme individu, comprendre tes valeurs, ton background, qu'est-ce qui te rend unique en tant que tel, c'est quoi tes skill sets, tes habilités, comment est-ce que tu réagis. Donc, ce travail-là d'introspection te permet de comprendre ton alignement et par la suite, c'est d'être capable de s'assumer pleinement dans ses décisions, sa manière d'agir, de parler, de s'habiller dans des décisions, puis trouver un alignement. Tout le monde, il y a tellement de monde qui sont beige dans notre milieu professionnel. Juste assumez votre sparkle, assumez qui est-ce que vous êtes. Comme toi qui es en train de faire un marathon en ce moment, for whatever reason, j'adore le fait que tu vas au bout de qui est-ce que tu es comme personne. Puis je pense que c'est ça, un brand equity qui résonne, c'est quelque chose qui est authentique, quelque chose que tu sens qui est vrai. Surtout de notre génération, bon, on a peut-être un peu un écart d'âge, mais somme toute, on est comme dans la même spec. Moi, je me considère comme one of the young ones. C'est ça. Nous, l'authenticité, c'est important. D'être vrai, d'être franc, d'être transparent. Puis j'espère amener ce même ethos-là dans le milieu des affaires.
Ah, c'est intéressant. Alors, now, what was I going to say? The follow-up on that, what would you do in life? And maybe you're doing it now. So it's kind of a double-headed question. If you had no financial restriction, like money was infinity to you, and no societal burden, like nobody could ever look down on you for what you would do, what would you be doing? And secondly, if it's what you would be doing now, would you die doing this, or do you want to do something else before you die?
Oh! J'aime poser cette question-là, moi aussi. C'est ma genre de party question qui est un
Yeah,
peu
it's
trop
my interview
intense, là.
question. You know, it's my first interview question. Every single
Interesting.
interview I always ask. It's always the first.
C'est-
It's always the first question.
Je pense qu'on en parlait quand tu étais dans mon bureau de ça. Moi, je pose la question
Probablement.
dépendant le financial status de la personne. Tomorrow morning, you have $50 million in your bank account. Like, what do you do? Puis je
Ouais.
regarde comment que les gens répondent. Je te dirais que je ferais exactement la même chose. J'ai du plaisir à le faire. J'ai un bel équilibre professionnel parce que je me sens accompli de travailler avec des gens, les enable. J'aime bâtir quelque chose, mais j'aime le fait aussi que j'ai quand même une certaine flexibilité pour être un père présent, juste un mari présent, puis de sentir que j'ai un bon équilibre derrière tout ça. Cet équilibre-là me permet euh, d'être mentalement là également pour les gens qui comptent pour moi, les gens de mon réseau et tout. Donc, je ferais la même genre de job, une job qui travaille entre les silos, qui est à l'écoute des individus, puis qui essaie de créer quelque chose de plus grand que moi et qu'eux en les unissant.
Ouais, c'est une bonne réponse quand même. Et maintenant, comme à ça, c'est quoi l'affaire préférée de ton job? Et après ça, c'est quoi l'affaire comme le moins préférée de ton job? Like the thing that you love the most to do as a VC, and the thing that you hate to do the most in your job.
Commence
Because
à
I mean,
avoir
if it's the thing,
ouais. Ouais. Chose que j'aime le plus, c'est la job où est-ce que intellectuellement, I don't get bored. Je me tanne pas. Genre, j'ai des compagnies, je dois rencontrer comme 5, 6 compagnies par jour dans des domaines complètement différents. C'est des gens qui mettent tout on the line, puis ils se prennent une demi-heure de leur temps pour me parler. Fait que déjà là, avoir la chance de parler à du monde vraiment brillant comme ça, je trippe. Fait que ça, c'est quelque chose que j'aime beaucoup, beaucoup, beaucoup de ma job. Puis par la suite, tu sais, sentir que tu es sur la même vibe pendant l'appel, puis dire, OK, j'ai le goût de te présenter à telle personne, puis tu penses à tel truc. Puis là, commencer à se sentir comme, OK, but what if we're working together? What would it look like? J'adore cette dynamique-là dans mon travail, tant via des Zoom calls, tant via des dîners ou quoi que ce soit, mais cette relation-là, un à un, où est-ce qu'on peut être super intense, puis voir, OK, what could be? J'adore cet aspect-là. La partie que j'aime moins de ma job, j'ai beaucoup de courriels à écrire. J'ai hâte d'avoir un AI agent qui va écrire tout ça pour moi, genre en draft avec mon ton et tout, puis ça va pas sonner genre trop robotique. Puis je vais juste pouvoir faire comme review, send, review, send. J'aime pas écrire, j'aime parler, j'aime être avec les gens, genre écrire des courriels. Honnêtement, c'est tellement répétitif.
ouais, je comprends. Franchement, moi, c'est plus ou moins la même chose. J'attends comme un AI assistant qui est tout connecté à tout, like knows me personally. C'est mon Jarvis, you
Go
know?
build it instead. You
I
can
should
do
be
it.
building that instead. I should build that. You know, that was our first idea ever, was to go build like a Jarvis-like idea. That was the first thing we thought of.
It's going to be done in like week.
Yeah, it's honestly it's gonna be done in a week. And then what was I gonna say now? Now I want to shift to kind of like to Montreal, to Canada, au Quebec. What do you feel like it takes? And I don't want to be too just like interview back and forth, but how do you feel like it's been competing with American capital, building a VC in Canada, and for your founders? Like, how do you feel like your founders can compete with Americans? Do you feel like founders should stay in Canada? Should they stay in Montreal, or should they move to the States? And your kind of thoughts on that?
Ah, c'est une bonne question. C'est sûr et certain que je vais toujours être bullish sur le marché canadien. C'est là qu'est mon fonds. C'est là que je me vois grandir. Je vois énormément de potentiel avec nos universités, la main-d'œuvre, le talent, notre position géographique, la richesse culturelle canadienne. Je vois énormément de potentiel. Maintenant, ce que les Américains ont de particulièrement fort, ou principalement la région de Silicon Valley, il y a certains types d'idées qui sont plus grandes que nature, où tu dois avoir le top 0,001% du monde qui doivent se réunir entre eux et compétitionner pratiquement à l'interne pour bâtir quelque chose d'absolument exceptionnel, tu sais. Donc, je pense que la vallée, de par cette concentration-là au pied carré de gens qui arrivent d'un peu partout à travers le monde, qui ont la même ambition, et la proximité des corporatifs qui te permet de rapidement parler à VP1, VP l'autre, le CEO, puis rapidement faire des partenariats commerciaux dans un pied carré limité. Cette concentration-là n'existe pas au Canada, mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'on n'est pas capable de bâtir des grandes choses pour autant. C'est pour ça que je pense que c'est important comme écosystème, briser les silos, apprendre à se connaître, que les meilleurs se rendent compte qu'ils sont pas a big fish in a small pond, mais qu'il y a d'autres big fish aussi, puis que ensemble, ces gens-là se fassent le même genre d'énergie que tu vois in the valley. Où est-ce que les gens se disent, OK, je suis capable d'aller plus loin, je suis capable de faire plus gros et tout. Donc, ce que j'aimerais être capable de voir dans ma génération, c'est qu'il n'y ait pas de complaisance avec l'écosystème canadien et qu'on ait ce désir-là d'outrepasser les limites de ce qui a été fait par le passé.
Ouais, je pense que c'est une bonne réponse de. Et en plus de ça, c'est quoi comme l'aspect le plus négatif de construire au Canada ou construire au Québec? The hurdle that you're gonna have to overcome the most as a founder.
Hmm. Hmm. Écoute, c'est difficile pour moi de dire ça, mais veux pas, les contraintes linguistiques rendent plus difficile l'attraction de talents étrangers au Québec. Et je trouve ça vraiment dommage, moi-même étant tu sais, fièrement francophone, défendeur de la langue. Je trouve ça difficile l'intégration pour non pas l'individu qui vient travailler, mais sa femme, ses enfants dans notre société qui est très francisée. Des fois, ça nous limite à aller chercher certains talents. Duquel on bénéficierait comme société. Donc ça, je pense que c'est un défi qu'on a malheureusement.
Ouais. Penses-tu que avoir un écosystème fort de technologie, une économie plus forte, et ça, c'est une question franchement personnelle auquel je pense beaucoup, c'est comme, est-ce que avoir comme sacrificing un petit peu de français pour un gain super fort dans l'économie, penses-tu que ce serait mieux pour le français et mieux pour le Québec à la fin de la journée ou ce serait pire? C'est toujours
Ah,
une question
Noah,
que moi je me demande.
c'est des longues discussions, ça, parce qu'il faut rentrer dans notre historique linguistique, la Révolution tranquille, notre positionnement à l'international et tout. Je pense qu'on est quand même des Gaulois qui ont résisté dans un océan anglophone pendant des années. On a un pouvoir démographique intéressant dans notre province. On a accompli de très grandes choses. Je pense que c'est de s'assurer de ne pas avoir le complexe d'infériorité par rapport à nos capacités. On a parmi des meilleurs ingénieurs au monde. T'as qu'à regarder ce que BRP a fait. T'as qu'à regarder des CGI de ce monde, des bombardiers. On fait de la belle ingénierie ici qui ont une finesse ou un raffinement européen avec une efficience américaine. Donc, on est capable de bâtir des grandes choses. Il faut se donner le moyen de nos ambitions. Il faut que nos corporatifs continuent à participer ou du moins se rapprochent de notre écosystème innovant. Mais je sais pas. C'est une bonne question, man. Est-ce que, genre, de rendre les lois plus laxes pourrait aider? Potentiellement. Je sais pas si ça passerait nécessairement culturellement dans la société québécoise. Il y a d'autres experts qui vont être meilleurs que moi à prendre position là-dessus.
Ouais, c'est intéressant comme problème à quoi évaluer parce que moi, franchement, comme je préfère le Québec, je préfère Montréal de San Francisco comme chaque journée. Mais exactement comme tu as dit, il y a toujours des problèmes d'intégration avec le talent. Et en plus, et accès capital. Je dirais franchement accès capital beaucoup moins. Mais c'est une question super intéressante à comme comment est-ce qu'on peut pousser le Québec le plus loin, le plus fort possible en maintenant comme la force de culture. Tu sais. Quand tu parles avec le
Absolument.
monde, c'est vraiment comme j'adore le Québec, j'adore Montréal, au-dessus de beaucoup des autres villes ici au Canada et même à d'autres villes à l'Amérique du Nord parce qu'il y a tellement une force de culture, tellement une force de savoir-vivre et tout ça.
100%, 100%.
Mais c'est comme comment est-ce qu'on peut garder ça, mais maintenir comme une position super forte économique, une position super forte culturelle et comme garder notre identité, mais comme rester comme Québec, rester fort ici à l'Amérique du Nord, rester compétitif ici au Canada et par rapport avec les États-Unis. C'est super intéressant. Anyway, David, franchement, merci tellement pour prendre le temps aujourd'hui. Je pense que le monde serait super intéressé à entendre la conversation. I think like, a lot of your perspectives coming from a VC, which people don't hear as much, I feel like so many times like founders go on podcasts, but I think a huge thing that I've wanted to do with this is like, I feel like I've met so many VCs, especially over the last little bit, like let's highlight their perspective, on like what building is like, what are their thoughts on building, what do they see you know, because they see so much. You guys see so much. And all in all, just like thank you so much for coming on for 30 minutes, giving that perspective and that thought process.
Lâche pas, man. C'est inspirant de voir aller. J'ai hâte de voir what's next and beyond this raise, beyond this startup, you know, for the next 20, 25 years, what you'll be able to accomplish.
I think I'm completely insane. I think that's the only answer to that. I think only time will tell.
Yeah, time will polish you, but you're definitely a diamond in the rough, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, David, I'm gonna let you go, but thank you so much, brother. It's always a pleasure speaking.
Take care. Bye.
Ciao, man. Yeah, I got electrolytes. Or PDLA. Well, I'm gonna keep walking. Yeah, I'm gonna walk on the other side. I'm gonna walk like under the grass. Yeah, I'm alive. I know I'm not dizzy. I'll make it, but it's gonna hurt. Okay. That's why I'm gonna walk for a bit. Love you. Love you too. Do you mind? We'll wait until these cars pass. But I'm gonna have a lot of Gatorade. Do you mind if I give you the bottle so I don't have to hold it? Okay, there you go. Good thing. I don't know.
You want to take another one?
No. That's gonna be my drinking bottle. Yeah. I'm alive. Oh, it's hot. No, not at all. I mean, because they like rained and it was like rain. I've had like all weather.
Wait, what was this first? Good.
I'll do with a bit of rain. And yesterday was like a wind and rain. Still no wind. Yeah. Here, but make sure you can't stop. Here, go a bit in front of me. And then,
Here, I'll take it out and then touch it.
okay. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Face.
Yeah, I will.
Your face.
I know. Make sure you stay on the gravel. What? Yeah. This is like a terrible bike for gravel. Bro, be careful here, okay? Because there's a turn, so nobody will see. There's a turn, so people don't have vision. Okay, and stick to the side on the turns. People are retarded. Chemin de Montréal. Chemin de Montréal. The Chemin Montréal. Oh, God, it's there. That was gross. I'm sorry. I'm eating a burger at the end of this. Sunscreen. Thank you very much. Thank you many much. I'm gonna walk earlier. A, because I'm lazy, and then B, what? Over here? It's less hot over here? Yeah, well, it's more because, like, last time I ran basically like a 3/4 marathon, and then I walked the end, and then I died. Like, the last 10 was terrible. So I'm like, yeah, so I'm like, no, because I ran most of it. But I'm like, now if I give up earlier and walk earlier, I can maintain, like, a better walking pace, you know?
Honestly, I could have just like walked start to run with these. I'm not going that fast. Don't even have no one to play.
Yeah, but it's like, it's good to have a bike in case of emergencies. I'd like to carry shit, you know what I mean? It's probably the biggest thing. I can maintain like a 9 minute per kilometer pace walking, which relative to effort is low time differentiation compared to what I would be running.
It's a really nice day.
Honestly, yeah. What's the weather? 23. Imagine we did this in like 30 days. Oh, sorry. In like 34? Imagine.
As in tomorrow?
Yeah.
Or the rest of next week?
That'd be a bad idea. I would die. What'd you say? Yeah, it's really nice.
Well, we sure come up with some fun.
You know, you always say, you're always like, oh, Noah, you work so much. We're never going to do anything fun. You're never going to do anything fun in life. I told you, be patient. You don't believe me. You're like, you don't do anything fun. You're never going to do anything fun. You're going to waste your whole life working away. I'm technically working right now. There you go. Fixing that.
You see those like 5 here?
Yeah. I saw that. I was like, oh,
One after the other, the exact same part is different.
yeah. So funny.
No, you work all the time. All you do is work. Work never can have fun in life. You know, turn around and let's get stuck. You know, you just work the whole time.
Okay. I understand. Well, are you having fun? Well then. Huh? I could be having a worse time. It's like physically painful, yeah. But yeah, I'm walking slow enough to be able to complain about it, which is always good. Dude, I was like running, and then there was this dog that was sprinting. Like, yeah, no, like yeah, beside me in the fence, and there was like a big ass German Shepherd, and it was barking and growling and showing its teeth, and I was like, it was today. There was like a street when you get off the highway for a bit, and I was there, and the dog was like running at me, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna die. What'd you say? No, yeah, it was before you caught up to me. Cumberland Lions. I swear to God, I played these guys in hockey. It's like, yo, what's up, bro? Good, not bad. Oh yeah, Chargers. Here, I'll wait till everyone passes. Well, no, yeah, I'm gonna put it in the basket. Like I have mine's still good right now. Here, Astrid, stay there.
Charge it on my laptop charger for the 2 hours, whatever, and then it's a 40%.
Okay, here. Okay, well, I'll
Do you wanna keep it?
yeah, I'll keep it charger
You
charged.
want me to give it to Ashton?
Yeah,
Do you want me to bring? I'll bring this back to your house.
yeah, bring it back to my house. Yeah, like yeah, take one of the chargers. Low-key, I shouldn't be doing this. 'Cause I'm gonna take. It's like adding time.
Here's the charger. Do you have like a block? Yeah. You want?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys deal with this. I'll keep walking. Yeah, Astrid, throw away the old bottles and then get new ones. Yo, be careful. Yeah. Why did I grab this? Alright. Like, Monkey, monkey. W as fuck. We getting there, boys. Boys and ladies. And fills and fadies. We gonna get there eventually. Let's hear a hat. Hawaii. Hawaii big. Goodbye, leg. Chemin, Old Montreal. At first, fucking. What's up, Burger? I'm good. You? Hi. Yes. Yeah.
Hello.
What do you do? Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna leave this water bottle and then grab some food. My legs are starting to cook. Yeah. 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 Pickle time. Pickles are good for you. Nah, like on God, very salty carb. The saltiest carb. Pickle time. Pickle time. It's pickle time. Oh, I'm dying. All right, last 10K, I'm gonna try to hit like a 6K pace. Bonsai tree. Oh, that's beautiful. Best gift ever, for real. I'll hold my toes. Okay, now I'm starting to blister. Oh.
As when you're building a company and you're in a tough spot and you have to let go some good people and some good friends in order to just get through it and then continue to build. There's these tough moments that you just have to push forward. That's
Honestly,
all.
I think that's exactly what it is. It's why doing it is not so bad. Every single time I'm like, I want to quit. Like literally, like, today I'm like, I want to quit. And then I'm like, I've been here before. 30-mile-an-hour winds, at least.
It's called grit, Noah.
Called
It's
grit.
called grit.
It is, man. It is. It's painful, but it's good. Got to keep pushing, keep going.
Was it raining first and now sunny,
Dude,
or how did it
ce
go?
matin, là, ce matin, it was like 30-mile-an-hour winds, and it was pouring rain. And it was one of the most painful mornings of my life, to say the least.
Not the same feeling as when you have to let
Oh,
go
hold up.
friends
Your
and good
sound dropped a
people,
little
and you
bit.
have to do a cut and a startup in order to turn things around. So
Yeah, wait, hold
you
up.
just
Give
have
me a
to get
second. I want
through
to
it.
see if I took my AirPod out, but again? Okay,
Yep.
awesome. Yeah, keep going. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I said like that feeling is the same feeling as when you're building a company and you're in a tough spot and you have to let go some good people and some good friends in order to just get through it and then continue to build. There's these tough moments that you just have to push forward. That's
Honestly,
all.
I think that's exactly what it is. It's why doing it is not so bad. Every single time I'm like, I want to quit. Like literally, like, today I'm like, I want to quit. And then I'm like, I've been here before. It's okay. You just got to keep pushing. And I think this entire exercise is also, I think, a great exercise in patience, a great exercise, in just pushing through.
Absolutely. Good on you.
Anyway, so this is a pre-recorded session for reference. We did the live stream this morning. We had like, I don't know, like 300-400 viewers, which is great. And then now we're going to be bringing this session into tomorrow. So the theme of today's talk, I know what's her name, Isabelle probably spoke to you about it, but it's like building in Canada. But at the same time, like I want it to be a fluid discussion. I want us to really just like talk about whatever really comes to mind. So I guess to start, the first question that I'm going to be asking, kind of like interview style ish, but from there we could just flow. Is like, what was it like to be a founder yourself in founding Inovia, sorry, in Canada?
So I still consider myself an entrepreneur because I still look at life with a lot of interest, purpose, excitement, and fear. And when you launch a company, or like when I launched Inovia, it's because of a series of events. It's because I went from being a tech entrepreneur to actually having the opportunity to invest in entrepreneurs with Charles Sirois. And from there, I kind of figured out that Canada was lacking a Canadian headquartered top tier firm, and we deserved better than that. We had amazing talent in Quebec and in Canada. All of this talent, it was going down to the US. For many years, we were talking about a brain drain, and it was true. And then when I started looking at the numbers, the top 10 tech companies in the country were 9 subsidiaries through acquisitions of US companies. And the 10th Canadian company was a subsidiary of a French company. So we have all of this talent, all of this know-how, all of this potential, and we basically did not own any of our 10 largest tech companies in the country. And from there, you start digging in and start figuring out that, okay, there's not enough capital, or there's not capital at the right stage, or the capital that's there is more government capital, or it's more financiers. And with Sean Abbott, who's one of my co-founders, and he's based out of Calgary, he had gone through a similar process where he basically built a first company, had a quick little success. Then it was an e-commerce companies in the early 90s. And then he built a second company, did not go so well. And then he ended up, malgré lui, being a co-inventor of the USB key. And he had a big offer to buy an American company. He sold the company, became CTO of that company, moved the family down to California, and started building, the USB key and the distribution of it around the world from California. And by the time that he came back to Canada in 2004, he was under the same type of, assessment as me, that we deserve better and we have the potential. It's just that we don't necessarily have the inspiration or the belief or the conviction that we can actually do it in our own backyard. So I went from being an operator to actually saying that, okay, so we're going to build a firm, and this firm is basically founders backing founders, and we're going to make this work. And after a few years, after one fund or two funds, then I'll just jump into one of the companies or build my own company and go back into operating a company. But interestingly enough, you start working with entrepreneurs, even though you're not operating their companies, you still wake up. I still wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, trying to figure out a problem or a challenge or an opportunity that, or just because I'm excited, it's not just negative, it's also on the positive side, get excited that of a potential transaction, and you're up and you're just thinking as much as the entrepreneur is thinking about their company. But I don't have the luxury of spending 24 hours of a day thinking of that specific company. As an investor, you have to be able to switch channels and think of multiple companies in the same week. So that excited me. I felt very comfortable with that. And basically, we launched Inovia not knowing how hard it was to fundraise and not knowing what it meant to do LP reporting and basically not understanding our customer. And our customer, we have two types of customers when you're a VC. You have the entrepreneur that you're servicing because you're bringing cash because they need cash, but you're also supporting them in their executing on their vision. And on the other side, the other customer is the investor. And the investors are investing in funds because they think that you're going to do better than what they would be doing directly. And sometimes they do co-investments, or they also do both, direct and indirect, but there's a reason why they invest in you. And for me, that customer, contrary to, what I say and tell my entrepreneurs that I work with, I didn't understand that customer. I didn't understand at first why they invested in us, what it means for them, what are their limitations, what is their understanding, what are their objectives, like what are they really looking for when they invest in a fund like us. So it was a hard start, Noah, to your question, but it was a very entrepreneurial one, and just trying to bring a solution to a problem that I thought was an important one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And also, si tu veux, tu peux répondre en français ou en anglais, tu peux faire les deux.
Absolument.
J'ai fait une
Mon
interview
français, c'est un
avec...
français gaspésien.
Voilà, c'est beau. Alors, je viens juste de parler avec David Charbonneau, de David, David de Boréal, peu n'importe.
Ouais.
Et lui, il a parlé plus ou moins en français pendant tout le long. So, for the next question, and I think this is a big one, and it touches kind of like on the theme of this entire idiotic run, more or less. But this, I like to say it is a pursuit of entrepreneurship. What do you feel like is the hardest moment in when you started? Because everyone always says the hardest thing is to go from 0 to 1. The hardest thing, and like you said, like there's so many hard times, right? And I think it's the biggest theme in entrepreneurship is experiencing incredibly difficult times and overcoming incredibly difficult times. What was the hardest moment that you experienced while starting Inovia?
There's many hardest moments. So the first one that came to mind is after starting Inovia, when I lost the first $1 million in a deal. Losing money that is not your money. Of course, we have our money in the fund, but we're a small fraction of the overall money that we're managing. Losing that money, even though I was also losing my own money as a percentage of, I think that's stuck in the back of my mind for months and months and months, and trying to just deal with, okay, you lost the money. Is it because you're a bad investor? Is it because you didn't understand? Is it because it's just the risk reward, and and VC, you lose deals and you make money on other deals, and on average, as long as you're generating great returns, it's fine. But losing hurts, and I don't like losing, and losing other people's money is losing, and you have to be careful because it cannot influence risk management, because I don't consider what we do as risk taking. I consider that it's risk management. It's the market perceive a certain level of risk in that opportunity. For whatever reason, and the team believes that the risk is lower. That's how we make money. We create the returns on that difference between perceived risk and true risk, and then we help build value, and eventually when we exit through a secondary, primary, strategic sale or an IPO, that's where we make our returns. So you don't want to feel bad in losing money to the point where it changes the purpose of your business model of managing risk. But it hurts, and it hurts for days, nights, weeks, months, years, losing other people's money, because they trust you, and you want to show them that you deserve their trust, right? So that's the first one that came to mind. But hardest part is like an entrepreneur, having a certain level of naivety is extremely important. You need to have a product market fit. You need to have a founder product fit, but you also need a level of naivety. Why? Because the odds are against you. The Hunger Games, may the odds be in your favor. Every day you live as an entrepreneur, the odds are against you. Every day you live as a VC, the odds are against you. chances that you lose more than you win, or the company does not succeed, is higher than the success percentage. So having a degree of naivety is super important in order to believe that you can do it when everybody else believes that it cannot be done. And I think that was very hard at the beginning, because I believed I could do it, but everybody was saying, nah, doesn't make sense. It's too risky. $100 million fund in Canada is too big. RLPs was saying that we had to do life sciences and clean tech, not just IT, because the Canadian market wasn't big enough. Nobody wants to invest more money because you haven't done it before. And after the fact, after you raise a fund, after you back companies, after everybody says, of course, it's obvious. Of course you were going to succeed, right? Like that dynamic of, I've been told how lucky I am on timing, how lucky I am on having backed the right company at the right time, having had a relationship with a specific entrepreneur that allowed us to be part of that deal. Like, I think I'm the luckiest man in the world, and I'm fine with that. But that luck comes from being ready, having that level of naivety that allows you to believe that you can succeed. But it's hard because you're always faced with a headwind. It's kind of like your run this morning when it's raining like hell and it's cold and you feel wet. You kind of say like, fuck, let's take a break, right? But you can't take a break. You have to push forward.
Yeah, dude, I know exactly what you mean. I think the naivete, honestly, in my opinion as well, like, is probably one of the most important parts, and I think is personally the thing that I am the best at. To interject myself into this, I don't think like I necessarily am more intelligent or any of those things compared to, the average founder or individual. But I think like a willingness to be completely blind to some things to a certain extent obviously can be very bad, but it
Yeah.
can be very good. And it's important to basically like, and like you think about this, but it's also how AI works, right? Of failing as aggressively and as quickly as possible, because only then you're going to learn the true underlying function within a system,
Yeah.
and that naivete. Go ahead.
Failing fast is important as long as you recognize why and what you're failing.
Exactly.
I know in the US they were talking a lot about celebrating failure and failing fast and failing often. It's, for me, it's not that. It's iterating. It's
Yeah.
basically saying, this
Improving.
doesn't work, move now. Don't sit on it. Don't wait. Just move. And this doesn't work again, move. I'm sure something worked, and you take that part and you double up on your strength. Eliminate your weaknesses, get somebody else to replace your weaknesses. You build a product it has 6 features and people are only using one. Kill the 5 others and double up on the one they're using. Like, failure, it's less about failing than recognizing what's working and what's not working and doubling up on what's working in order to give you the room and the leeway to actually further build forward. So it's always looking forward, look forward, keep pushing.
Yeah, and like just learning,
Yeah,
to the
constant learning.
biggest point, just
And never
learning.
take anything for granted. Like, there's nothing that I take in my life for granted. I don't take my relationship with the entrepreneurs or our investors for granted. I don't expect them to give a favor or say yes next time I ask for anything. I manage every relationship as the most important relationship. And I think as an entrepreneur is the same thing. You manage, a relationship with your founders, with your employees, with your investors, with your clients, with your partners, like if it was the only and the most important relationship. And when you have that type of mindset, it really allows you to move forward and build, because taking things for granted, I think, really is one of the bad side of success of an entrepreneur, is that you start taking things for granted, and there's nothing for granted. Everything can disappear tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think honestly, and like to that point, like as you kind of scale up and you become a bigger and bigger entrepreneur, this is something that I like and this is like I don't actually I had prepared questions, but they're kind of falling apart because I have a firm belief in this, and I'm curious to what you think. I feel like you're not necessarily any smarter or better off when you start succeeding than when you were failing. I think the only thing you've learned is just like you've kind of discovered the set of underlying truths that
Yep.
are relevant to you. And a huge thing that you gain more than intelligence or knowledge or anything like that is actually perspective, you know? Because you
100%.
probably had like the brain, funny enough, holds a finite amount of knowledge. You know, it's a physical system. But the perspective that you hold when you get to that point is significantly different. And I think that's definitely why remaining humble is incredibly important, because only then can you continue evolving into a more important perspective, if that makes sense.
100%. I'm with you.
Yeah. And so to this point, this kind of I have a follow up on this. What do you feel like is the characteristic in entrepreneurs? And this is a generic question that everybody asks, but the characteristic of entrepreneurs that you discovered was important only after having a fund and being a founder yourself that you didn't understand before.
You know, being humble is a strength, because it doesn't mean you restrain yourself. It's just that you acknowledge certain things that are under your control and not under your control. And when you understand that, you can actually double up all of your time, your mind share, your efforts on what you can control. And therefore you let what's not of your control play, and you can adapt. But your only reason you can adapt is because you can control. But that humbleness comes also with being authentic with yourself and with people. Bullshit disappears. I mean, like you know, like a lot of people say, hustle is so important. You have to be a good hustler in order to get things done and actually cross the hustling has a line, and that line on one side is really called bullshit. And that bullshit basically means that you're lying, or you're showing a false truth. And the real part of hustling is basically not letting yourself being discouraged. It's having enough grit to get through things, to do things when you don't have to do them, but you do them anyway. It's to go beyond what normal people would stop at. So sometimes it's going to be hours in a day. Sometimes it's going to be putting an effort to attend a meeting or a conference, or speaking with somebody, or doing that last testing of your product before releasing it. Like, it's where do people stop is usually where you want to stop. And as soon as you recognize that feeling and you go one step more, you're already doing more than everybody else. And I think that's a strength that took me time to recognize in people, because yes, it's grit, but that grit comes from being authentic, being true to yourself. And that ties into other, values that comes together, like being having empathy for people. Well, including Inovia and myself, as well as many of the entrepreneurs that I've been working with, you have to let go people. You have to let go a customer. You have to say no to an investor. You can do it with empathy, understanding how the other person is going to feel on the other side. And you don't need to be an ass. You can actually do that correctly. And I have people that were part of Inovia 10 years ago that still come to the AGM every single year. I have people that we had to let go that thereafter became an investor in the fund, because they had success somewhere else, right? Well, you don't build that type of relationship by not having empathy and not understanding, how the other person feels. Like, I have a line that I've shared with a lot of entrepreneurs when it was time to take hard decisions, which is, when in doubt, be generous. Even if it costs more money, more time, or part of an opportunity, when in doubt, be generous. Because if you're generous, the outcome of that doubt is most likely going to be positive. If you're not, you just put laid it out there for chance to decide if you took the right decision or not, right? So to your question, it's more than just one part. It's just kind of like appreciating and understand that trust is built over time. Trust is accelerated by association. So you build trust with people by association. I met you. We met at the event, the founders event the other night. And then I have two of my team members that says, it's great that you work with Noah. Noah is amazing. So Noah is already better in my mind than what I know of him, because I don't know Noah enough yet, right? But by association, you already have credit, right? So then I'm talking with you and I have a better feel for how you think, how you act, what you're doing right now by doing this podcast and the run and everything. And that gives me an idea of the type of character that you have, right? So all of this is only building trust in a relationship. And especially in tech, everything is so fast. Everything takes longer than expected, but when it happens faster than you can handle. So you need to build that trust with your team, with your people, with your investors and other. And I think that these are all, high qualities or acumens of people and entrepreneurs that I've learned to appreciate, that I didn't recognize in myself back in the day or when I started investing.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Honestly, like a huge point to myself in this run is like and it's important for people to realize as well, like sometimes like being humble, sometimes like being generous. Maybe these are not even traits that you exhibit naturally, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't even think naturally. I've never been once told naturally that I'm a humble person. But I call myself a generous person. But there's traits. Everyone has different things. But I think like as we go ahead and we learn and we evolve as people, not to be generic at all, but like seriously, like you learn the value of these things only with time. And I think like a huge point of this run, it was like almost even a personal challenge. And like I have to admit, like today I biked 100 kilometers, because if I ran 200K in 3 days, I would have died. So I was like 50K run first day, 100-kilometer bike ride second day, 50K run third day. But like the goal with like I have to be honest, I just would have died. I would have dropped dead. But the goal is really like you need to push yourself in the most honest way possible. And I think like a huge thing that you said that even like I failed at, and I feel like everyone is, and not everyone, but people can oftentimes be a victim of to themselves, is not being authentic.
Yep.
Especially like as a CEO.
Yeah, but you understand why, right? Everybody
Absolutely.
sees that they have to look this way, they have to be perceived this way.
Yeah, you need to for your LPs, for your investors, your customers. Sorry, you were saying, but
what the best due diligence is that we do is not on official calls. It's when you're having a coffee, when you're having lunch, when you meet up with other parties that are maybe friends of the person, or else, like that's where you actually cross the veil. You get on the other side, and then you start understanding who the person is. Because everything, when it's pitches and presentations and boardrooms, I mean, like you don't get the real person. Or let's put it this way: few people are truly real in those circumstances or those areas, those contexts. So crossing that veil and basically understanding the person is what we pride ourselves of doing, in order to really understand what drives the person and where's the mindset and what do we see out of this person that pushes us to say, hey, we're going to partner for the next decade, and we're going to try to help this person be successful. Because if this person is successful, we win, right?
Yeah,
that's the best.
Absolutely. And even independently as a founder, like I found like it's and it reflects in your entire company, in the way that your team perceives you, in the way that your product is built, right? Like
Absolutely.
it's so much harder to build yourself to be someone else than it is to be honest and build up yourself.
Yep.
And it's so easy to start building someone else, because you could build that person from scratch. You know, you don't have to work with your flaws. You don't have to acknowledge all the things that are more difficult to acknowledge, you know, than it initially feels like to build up someone else completely, like another persona from the ground up. But it's like overall in time, you know, you are the only person that exists at the end of the day. And
And
like,
Noah, authenticity has a huge hidden power. It has the power of attracting people's commitment to you, direct and
absolutely.
indirect. Basically, you turn people in without realizing. You turn people in fans and supporters. So
Yeah.
you're doing this company, and people are like, "Yeah, I know Noah, and yeah, Noah, I want Noah to succeed." And when you start getting that energy, well, that person, when they're talking to somebody, said, "Yeah, but aren't you using Noah's product? Because Noah does this and this and this, you know?" So authenticity basically has that hidden power. And I think not everybody realizes it because they're hidden behind what they think people want to see or hear from them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. All right. Well, Chris, that is all the time that we have today. I'm not gonna lie. I have, you know, Anthony from Man Made.
Yeah.
I have him right after this. I wish we had more
Awesome.
time. I'm not gonna lie. I've really been enjoying
Enjoy.
it.
And
It's been good.
don't give up. I can't. I'm looking forward to see the sign at the end saying that I
Yeah, we
did
need
it.
to get a sign.
I did it.
We really do need to get a sign. But anyway, dude, it's been an absolute pleasure. Seriously, thank you so much for your time.
All right.
I appreciate it so much, and we'll definitely speak soon.
All right. Take care, Noah.
Have
Cheers.
a good one. Ciao. I don't know if I can see my face right now. Nice. Interview with Chris Arsenault, founder and CEO of Inovia, $2.5 billion AUM fund. Now we should have George Curtis, who's going to hop on in a second. George is a founder from Y Combinator. He recently raised, I'm not sure how much he raised actually, but they're making like a graph database, graph X vector database. Where's George? Let's go, big dog. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm alive. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've been walking for the last little bit because my legs are cooked and I feel like I'm dying, but that's okay. I'm gonna push through. I'm gonna run the last 10 and see how well I do.
You've only got 10 left.
No, hold up. I have 18 left.
Jesus. Fucking hell. Can't believe you've done that. That's insane.
It's probably one of the dude. I'm not gonna lie. One of the dumber things. One of the dumber things. There's smarter things in life, and this is not one of them.
That's what life's about.
It is. Anyway,
Anyway,
so
we got
I'm gonna
30
hit you with
minutes
some
to talk.
questions. Can you hear me? By the
Okay.
way, I'm gonna
I
hit you
can
with
hear
some
you.
questions, interview style. Questions that I asked you. We talked about it yesterday, honestly. But number one, if you could do anything in life without financial restriction or societal burden, what would you do and why? I feel like you're a man with a good answer on this one.
Um, I would do everything that I could to protect the climate. I think I would buy a shit ton of land so that people couldn't ruin it, and I would invest in clean energy companies. That's what I would do.
Why?
Why? Because I think that the world is a beautiful place, and I care deeply for all of the people and animals that live on it, and I think that we're destroying it, and I don't want to see that happen.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, when do you feel like you're gonna start doing that in your life?
Hopefully by the time I'm 30.
That's pretty good. So you think you're gonna build this company, sell it, hopefully, or make a lot of
That's
money?
certainly the plan. Yeah.
certainly the
Make
plan.
a shit ton of money and then do something good with it.
Oh, it's probably a good idea. I'm not gonna lie. So George, how about we went into the first question, but how about you introduce yourself for a little bit? Talk about your startup, how you got into YC. I think that's actually something that'd be valuable for some people that a lot of people have already asked you before. How you got into YC, how why you thought of this idea, what it's like working with Dalton Caldwell, how we met, and then we'll get right back into the meat.
Okay, I will try and tackle those one by one.
Yeah, I know you're not a yapper, bro. So this is not it's not your domain, but it's okay. You got this.
No worries. So we're working on HelixDB, which is a new type of database for agentic retrieval. We think that as AI gets better, it's going to need to access more contextual and relational information. So we're building the infrastructure layer for that. And I think that the biggest thing that got us into Y Combinator was by validating the idea and doing the stuff that didn't feel like fun. And what I mean by that is it started as a passion project. We just started as a graph database, and we accidentally ended up making money from it. But then we saw this opportunity of doing this hybrid model. But before jumping on it, we really wanted to make sure that it was valuable for people. Because in previous startups that we'd done, we just assumed that we understood people's problems and tried to build solutions around it. And if anybody's read the Mum Test or hasn't, I highly recommend it. Essentially just followed that book to a T, got on calls with as many people as I could that were working with GraphRag in particular and Hybrid RAG. Some people that had done research papers, and just tried to sort of narrow down the biggest pain points in that infrastructure setup. And that's how we started building Helix. And then with the application, I think it really helped showing that we had been talking to customers and listening to customers, because obviously those are the two biggest things that YC say. And I think it's very easy to ignore that because you don't think it's that big of a deal, but actually it's one of the most important things, is really talking to and listening to potential customers. So I think that really helped us. I spoke to Dalton and David Lieb about the application process, and they said that essentially they look out for two things. One is that you're fucking cracked and you can build shit, which we could show because we'd spent the past 2 years trying to build startups that didn't work because we didn't listen to our customers. But we ended up getting all of the experience from that technically, that we could turn around and say, hey, we built all of this cool shit. And then when we made the application, you have all of that to back it up. And then also on top of that, your idea is, do they think what you're building is cool, and have you validated it? Which we had done. So essentially those two check boxes, which is, are you correct? Can you build shit? And is your idea a good one because you validated it? Are the two biggest things, I think.
That's interesting. And then how do you feel like this is actually on a real note, outside of interview shit, I'm curious personally, how do you feel like your perspective has shifted on how to build a business, B the personal value of building a business, and C the environment and community and culture around building a business has changed once you got into YC? Because everyone knows, we've done $750,000 in revenue, and we've been rejected from YC 6 times, right? So even I'm googly eyed about YC, I have to admit it. And it's what do you feel the benefit and detriments have been of being able to be in that ecosystem?
I honestly don't think there's been a detriment. I think the biggest thing for me personally is, for the first time in my life, being around other people that are as passionate as me about doing this and as ambitious. And not only are they doing everything that I'm doing, but a lot of them are doing more. and it's incredibly fucking inspiring to just be around those people all of the time, yourself included.
Oh, dude,
Like
you're a good
even
man.
people that aren't in YC and just in this space, it's a fantastic place to be.
That makes sense. And then but what was I gonna say? Now, what do you feel like people did? You wish people did more at YC, or you wish there was more of at YC? Like, if you could like give a feedback form to improve it and really make this like the best experience in the world, do you feel like you could? And then, if you could, what would it be?
I think a lot of it comes down to me being younger and less experienced than other people who are a few years older than me. But sometimes, and this probably sounds bad, but sometimes I wish I was given a little bit more guidance, in the sense that it's 100% my fault, and I don't regret it, because I think a lot of building a startup and building a business is learning through it as you go, and the only way that you really learn is through the experience. But there are a couple of mistakes I made, a couple of things that I missed in advice that I was given that would have been very helpful if I picked up the first time, and having someone a little bit closer to you to just tell you that would have been cool. But I mean, like, Dalton's been insanely helpful with that, and I don't know where we'd be without him at the moment.
Dude, that's sick. Okay, and now what's one problem that, like, one specific, either technical or non-technical problem, outside, like, you could say climate change, but like, what within it specifically do you wish you could solve before you die?
I'd probably go with climate change. I grew up around nature quite a lot. My granddad was very into wildlife, and we'd go to all sorts of places together. And an awful lot of those places are gone now. And I find it incredibly disheartening and sad, particularly what's going on in other parts of the world, like I don't know, the Amazon, the Great Barrier Reef. I think all of it is tragic, and it's something that I care deeply about and really want to protect. So I'd say that that's it.
Okay, and now how would you solve that problem right now from your current knowledge? Like,
From my
honestly,
current
because
knowledge,
it's the same thing. Like, I want to not finish this, but eventually, if I could turn this into a company that like builds like a replacement to plastic, like in material science, or like renewable energy storage systems and all that. But it's like, for you, what do you feel like if I would dedicate my life to this problem within climate change, what would it be?
I think that a lot of it has to do with um, I think a lot of it has to do with there's a lot of people in the world that have an awful lot of power who don't want to let these things happen because it would negatively affect them. And run me through the question again, just to make sure I'm answering it properly.
Oh, it's all good. It's like, what specific problem in climate change would you solve? And honestly, like, that makes sense too. What? Sorry, what'd you say?
I just repeating the question. What specific problem?
Yeah. What specific problem? Like, what, like, do you think the biggest thing is like renewable energy storage, or the biggest thing is like replacement to plastic, so it's like biodegradable, containerized material, or it could be like anything, like, moving to hydrogen or something like that. But honestly,
I
like,
think
what you're saying makes sense as well. Keep going. Sorry about
I
that.
think that the biggest problem. I mean, it's a massive problem. I think that the big problem right now is that most of the attention on the media and the direction for climate change action is aimed at the individual. And although I think that a lot of responsibility should be put on the individual to waste less and care more, I think that it is a bigger responsibility for the people who are mass producing products or energy, and governments. I think that those people, because they're bigger entities, should have a larger bulk of that responsibility. And I think that they're doing too much to shift it away from themselves and onto the individual at the moment. So I think that that's the one problem that would help solve a lot of other problems is, yeah, fixing that somehow. You still with me?
I muted myself. My bad. I was in like a terrible Wi-Fi zone. I want to make sure I'm still
No
in a good
worries.
Wi-Fi zone. All right, so that's it with my questions. But you and I now need to prep to make sure. What was I gonna say? This interview with Dalton goes well, if that makes sense. So here, let's hop into the Google Meet. I want to make sure that you can hop into the Google Meet, and we'll get organized there.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna. You could stay here. I'll just pause you for a second. Sounds good.
Sure.
All right, respect. Rejoined. George. Dalton Caldwell. Dalton, how are you
Yes.
doing today?
Oh, I'm doing well. Doing well. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little tired. I'm kind of exhausted. Let me know. I'm gonna run behind this auto
Okay.
service shop. But so I don't know if you know what we're doing here, but I guess George will give you a little bit of an intro, and then I'll introduce myself. If that's all right.
That would be awesome.
Yes. So Noah's just running 200 kilometers from, where is it? Montreal to Ottawa.
Montreal to Ottawa.
Yeah. To meet the president of Shopify, and he is
Okay.
doing this for charity on the way, and he's just got some questions to throw at you, and then, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that's basically it. So I'm a founder based out of Montreal. My co-founder Damien joined previously, and then I met George when I did this thing outside of YC where I stuck a bunch of QR codes outside of the HQ. And basically, I don't know if you know Shopify. You likely know Shopify.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big company.
Yeah.
But I had a bet with the president where I was like, hey, can you be my mentor? And then he was like, I don't know if I could do that. I'm really busy. And then I was like, what if I run from the Montreal headquarters to the Ottawa headquarters of Shopify? Could you be my mentor then? And he was like, well, you've really sweetened the deal. So, I mean, if you do it, like, yeah, probably. And then so I'm midway through. He joined on the live stream this morning. And then, I'm going down to the office from Montreal. I spent 3 days running. This is my last day. And I'm interviewing a
Cool.
bunch of founders and investors along the way. So first of all, I just really want to thank you for taking the time. George told me that you're amazing to have,
Oh, thanks.
as a mentor and stuff like that. And he speaks really highly of you. And obviously, I feel like myself and other people have seen you on social media before. So anyway, I don't want to talk too much, but
Yeah.
I want to get right into it. What is the hardest problem that you've ever faced in your career, personally or professionally? Either at Y Combinator or anywhere else. And then how did you overcome it, which is
Yeah.
standard, pretty standard opening question.
Yeah. I mean, look, I guess to start with, I was a founder for over a decade. I started my first company in 2003 and, had two startups. And look, it was hard. I went through a lot of challenges where all signs in my life were that I should give up. And, things weren't working and all the people around me were basically encouraging me to give up. And I think, I went through some dark times of, wanting to give up, being told to give up and kind of didn't. And if I look back at my whole life, the fact I was able to keep going and have character to persist with my startups is kind of what led to the rest of my career. Like if I think back about my entire life, if I wouldn't have kept going at various times when I probably should have, there's no way I would have gotten a job at YC, and there's no way I would have been able to have the impact on all the founders that I did and to be able to have the career I have. And so I don't know, man. I think I'm thankful to my young self. I'm thankful to the person I was 20 years ago for sort of irrationally being optimistic and irrationally keeping going even when it doesn't feel good. Of course, that's what you probably feel like running. I've never done endurance running, but your body and brain is probably trying to tell you to not keep going, and you just do it. I'll pause there.
Not gonna lie, I've been feeling it over the past few days. Like it's been rough. My legs are starting to give out. But honestly, like part of this was also a challenge to myself of be like, how hard can I push through? And if I could push through now, then I'm sure I could push through in other times as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like sometimes when you talk to professional athletes, they're like, oh wow, it must not feel that bad, to do this professional endurance thing. And it's like, nope, it still feels bad. I'm right now in Hawaii, and I'm where they do the Ironman every year. Of course, I would never be able to do that, but this is where I am right now, is on the course, and it's notoriously hard. I don't know if you ever follow the Ironman, but it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. And then like, what was I gonna say? Like, what do you feel like? How do I describe it? This is actually really interesting, and I'm really curious about this. But what do you feel like is a lesson that you didn't realize until after you went through that hard moment? That like that's the lesson that you most commonly think of today, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's that when you're a founder, it's literally your job to be more hardcore than everyone else and keep going. And that if you trust authority figures and people around you too much, it's not going to work, right? And I think about the founders that I worked with in my career at YC that build the biggest things. They were the most optimistic and they were the most hardcore, and they had the biggest dreams, and they proved it, right? Like right now, everyone knows Sam Altman. He's a really famous guy. I've known him a long time. I knew him way before he worked at YC, and I worked with him really closely at YC. And kind of his defining characteristic is he thinks bigger than anyone, and he doesn't need anyone's approval or permission, and he just kind of does what he wants to do. And that's how you build the universe. That's how you bend the universe to your will. Is you dream big and you back it up with action. I think that was surprising. I think I thought you needed more approval from authority figures, and I thought you needed, I don't know, permission to do things. And clearly that is not correct. um, you know what I mean, man? Like that's been the big lesson I've seen in my life, is that the hardcore people that don't need the
Dude,
approval.
yeah.
Yeah. Dropping some
connections.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I know what you mean. Like, I feel like in starting a business, like it was already a stupid idea. Oh, my connection's getting quite bad here. I'm gonna run to a better connection.
Okay.
I'm running backwards now. I'm gonna have to make up this. I'm gonna have to make up this ground. Is it better now?
Where you are now,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's better.
All right, fantastic. But honestly, dude, like, no, I know what you mean. Like, it's a no. Like, you have to a certain point, like, be an idiot. You know?
Yeah.
Not. Yeah. You need to be an idiot a little bit, because it's like, to do something that no one's ever done before, you have to believe something that no one's ever believed before. And if you're believing
Yeah.
something no one's ever believed before, nobody's gonna think it's a good idea because no one's believed it.
Absolutely. You have to be willing to look dumb for a long period of time. Like, and be okay with that. And that's hard. I mean, that's just not something that we're trained to do growing up or in school. Is you're not, it's just different. And you might be wrong, by the way. It's not guaranteed. Sometimes you're just wrong, and it is what it is. There's real setbacks in life, right?
Yeah, dude. Honestly, like, no, it's exactly what it is. Like, my parents told me, like, Noah, this is stupid. Even Damien, I love him to death, but he's like, Noah, why are you doing this? But at the same time, I feel like if we weren't doing this now, we wouldn't be having a conversation with the president of Shopify. With you, we wouldn't have enough exposure for our brand. And as much as, to a certain extent, in some domains, it might be a stupid idea to run this far and do all of this, there's still things that you gain from it. And it's about, like, learning those things, everything along the way. And then now to move into the next question, and always let me know if I'm starting to drop.
No sweat.
What was I going to say? If you had no financial restriction or societal burden, what would you do in life and why? And if it's the same thing that you're doing now, do you want to die doing this, or do you want to accomplish something else before you die?
Yeah. I mean, I've had to think about this question a lot because I'm, leaving YC. I made the decision to leave, and I could have just kept doing that for a while. I'll level with you, man. I don't have any financial restrictions. I'm already there. And
Yeah.
so this is what I'm choosing to do with my life. Okay. Basically, I still, keep up with Paul Graham and my co-founder, Paul Bugheit, who I'm starting this new firm with, and they have no restrictions either. And I know kind of what makes Paul Graham tick. And there's nothing that makes him more excited than to spend time with the smartest founders in the world that are building the future, right? Like, it's all of his needs are met. The thing that you get to spend time on, if you have resources, is you get to spend time with interesting people, right? And honestly, I think that's the coolest thing in life, is getting to spend time with smart and interesting people and people that are changing the world. There's no cooler thing. You know what I mean? Like, when you have everything, there's nothing more interesting than that. And so that is very intentionally why I'm choosing to do what I'm doing with my career, is it still allows me to have the platform to spend time with super inspiring people. And yeah, that's really fun. I can't lie. Like, it's a great job. And yeah, of course I'm going to do this forever, man. There's nothing else I would want to do than to have the opportunity to spend time with these cool people. Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. And then if there's one problem that you feel like you can solve in life. Actually, no. I feel like I had a structured set of questions, but
It's okay.
who's the coolest person that you've ever met? Like, so you've met everyone in the world. Like, you've met
Yeah.
anyone in the world that's cool. Who's
Yeah.
the coolest person you've ever met and why?
Man, it depends on how you define cool. I mean, gee. I mean, look, I don't know if I would say Elon is the coolest person, but I got sat next to him at a dinner once, and this was before he was that famous, and he just talked at me for 2 hours. I just listened. You know what I mean? Like he was happy to just talk a lot, and I was very a very good listener. He told me that his mission in life is to die on Mars, hopefully not on impact. That was his line. He clearly had practiced that line. And he was able to articulate this really crisp vision about why he started the companies he did and how he really is going to colonize Mars, and there's nothing more important to do in life, and that sort of being the founder that he'd been in the past gave him the economic resources and the platform to do something like that. And again, this was like in 2008. I'm like, this is a really crazy thing to say. Right? How many people do you meet saying they're going to die on Mars? I don't know. I'm guessing you don't meet many people that say things like that. But he was like pretty serious, man. Again, he has a sense of humor, so there was a little bit of jokiness, but it was kind of cool to be a young person and to meet someone like that with that kind of intensity. And if you look at what he's done with his life since then, he's pretty serious about this stuff. Like, he's basically bent the universe to his will, and I think he's probably going to colonize Mars. I wouldn't take the other side of that bet, right? Like, I would never bet against Elon.
Dude, I wouldn't either. I'm not gonna lie, guy's terrifying.
Right?
Dude, it's insane. But like, and it's like, what was I gonna say? Like, it's the fact that I think interests me most. Like, I mean, obviously, like, you read the biographies, you try to understand everything you can from an outside view. Let me know if I'm still connected, by the way.
It's breaking up a little bit, but I can hear you.
Okay, cool. But what was I gonna say? Is like how even when you read about him, he's not that crazy when he's younger. He's done cool things, but it's like other people have done cool things at an incredibly young age.
Yeah.
And what defines him versus maybe so many other people is the fact that he just like never stopped, and it was just never a question. And like you were saying, like in 2008, the guy was talking about it,
Yeah. He chose to keep doubling down. Like, if you think about life is like a series of bets, sometimes people, when they win some bets, they take their chips off the table and they walk away. And frankly, that's probably the smart thing to do, right? Like, if you're betting, it's good when you're ahead, you walk away. That is not what Elon did. Elon kept doubling down, still does this, but he basically put all of the money he made right back into these companies over and over and over again, and is doing like pretty crazy betting to this day. That is not super rational, but that's what's allowed him to do what he's been doing so far. And so, again, you don't want to bet against that guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it's like, how do you feel like? I mean, this is just curiosity because you've seen it, right? But what is the thing that I hate asking you a generic question, but what's the thing that you feel like not necessarily the most successful people that you've met have that other people don't, but the most interesting people that you've met have that other people don't? You know what I mean? The people that really like, you're like, wow, like, maybe this person's not going to build $1 billion company, because I feel like in Silicon Valley, so much of that is talked about, but it's like, this person's going to understand something about the universe that nobody else will,
Yeah. I mean, because my first company, was in the music streaming space, I ended up meeting a lot of people in Hollywood and a lot of famous artists and musicians and people like that. And so I actually have a pretty decent insight on what the overlap is between really famous people that create the culture and really famous founders that create the future with technology. And I would argue they have a lot in common in terms of having really big ambition, and in terms of being willing to be really weird. Like celebrities are really weird people, right? You don't become a celebrity, whether it's as an actor or a musician or what have you, without being a huge nonconformist. You get what I'm saying? Like it's really an unusual set of life decisions that makes you a really famous person. Okay. And yeah, I think that that's the thing that's misunderstood, or is that it's sort of nonconformists that end up changing the world. And even from a young age, they tended to be kind of nonconformist. They were always a little bit weird, and they made a career out of it. So yeah, man, that's that's big insight. And I think that goes across the board. I mean, people that are great at running hedge funds, or people that are great at whatever domain you look at, and you look at the really interesting people, you will definitely find nonconformists across the board.
Yeah, dude. I think that's a good point. How do you feel like, okay, this is Silicon Valley and me, like as a kid, right? Personally, I've always felt like I've wanted to build a company since I was like 12 years old, right? And this is like me personally. I don't want to get, I don't want to monopolize the interview, but it's like just for some context. Like I've wanted to build a company since I was 12 years old. I feel like at that point, it was not as cool, not as popular to build a tech company, because it was kind of in the middle of the tech bubble and now. But I feel like now, like everyone wants to build an AI startup, and it's how do you find or maintain sight of people that like really are nonconformist, or people that like really want to do this out of pure authenticity and passion? Because like now, like you look around and it's like, oh, everyone and their dad wants to start an AI startup because it's the best time in the world. You know what I mean?
This is what it was like during the dot-com bubble in the late 90s, and I was college age then, so I sort of remember. I was in college at the point. It's hard to know from someone's words how serious they are and how authentic they are, but you can definitely tell from their actions. And the way to identify people by their actions is the people that are for real stick around and have staying power. And you keep seeing them show up year after year, and they keep reinventing themselves. And so again, if you look at Elon, he's had a bunch of careers. He's done a lot of companies. If you look at Sam, he's had multiple careers, multiple companies. Like the people that are real don't go away. Okay. And the people that aren't real, they like disappear the moment the market turns. And this is definitely something I've learned. I've been in Silicon Valley for a long time. There's just certain characters in the story that keep resurfacing over and over again in totally different contexts, and those are the people that are doing the most interesting things.
And then like, where do you feel like the world is like? This is, I mean, I'm continuing with vague questions, but where do you feel like the world's going to go? And what's the problem that you're the most excited to invest into, that like you can invest into now? You know what I mean? Because it's like Elon was talking about getting on Mars like in 2008, and it's like the way that I'm seeing it, I feel like in 20 years, material science is going to be at a point where we can invent something that's like a replacement to plastics, it's biodegradable. You know what I mean? Or renewable energy storage systems. And that's where like my mind goes. But it's like, I'm wondering for you, like what that is.
I think of it at a pretty base level, which is AI seems real, and it seems like it's working, and there's nothing we could do to stop it. Like whether people want AGI to happen or not, it's going to be happening, if not already have happened. And so we're going to see every aspect of our world and society and business transformed over the next decade or so. And I want to believe that it's going to be for the good, and it's everyone's life is going to improve, and the standard of living across the world of all the people will improve, and their ability to self-actualize and be happy is going to improve, and we're all going to live longer. And like, I really am an optimist and a bit of a utopian type thinker. And so look, what do I want to invest in, or what do I believe in? It's basically the people that are going to create that future, right? Because you still need someone with the ambition and the talent to put this stuff together. That's not all just going to happen on its own. And so, yeah, man, like I think there's a lot of change that's already happening, and it's only accelerating. And I want to be a part of it. I've already been a part of it in a lot of ways. And like, I want to believe it's going to be a force for good. That's the thing I'm going to choose to believe.
What was I gonna say? Like specific, what problem that you feel like people face today that you want to see changed, or like you expect to be changed, or that you're excited to be changed with AI? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people have kind of bad jobs. Like a lot of people's jobs are not very fulfilling, and they're sort of like pushing paper around and working on bureaucracies. And so again, I want to believe that it's not just going to be negative that those types of jobs are automated. It's that human potential that is currently trapped into bad jobs is going to be better utilized to build a better society. So to give you an example, until pre-technology, everyone was a farmer, right? We were all subsistence farmers farming the dirt, right? And a lot of the people, if we were born a long time ago, we would have all been farmers, and had a pretty bad time, I would argue. And so it ended up being a big improvement to use technology and machinery to get people off the farms so they could do lots more interesting stuff. I want to believe that that's what's going to be happening in this era, is that a lot of these shitty jobs that people have, instead of being sad that they don't have them anymore, they're going to be happy that they get to use their brains on something more interesting. You know what I mean, man? Like that's, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I get what you mean. It's like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be a terrible fucking Jesus Christ. I don't think I would have done a good job. My
That's all that
no, my
matters, right?
grandfather,
That was the only job.
he's got a
That was the
garden.
one job.
I've never been good in the garden. He always, every single year, he's like, no, il faut que tu m'aides dans le jardin. It's like, you gotta help me in the garden. I'm like, bro, like, like, I'm gonna sit in the dirt, I'm gonna roll around, like, I'm not gonna get anything done. It's gonna be a tough life for everyone here.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, no,
that's
I know
a way
what you
that
mean.
we benefited from technology, right? So I want to believe there's going to be more, like we're going to be unlocking human potential by getting people out of some of the jobs that just aren't good jobs,
Yeah. And then, do you think, because look, your career's really been crazy. You've met some of the craziest people in the world. Your decade at YC is like, it's like a 96 Bulls run. I don't know if you follow basketball, but it was really crazy. Like 2016 Golden State Warriors level
Yeah.
run at YC. Do you feel like what caused you to be able to do that was something that, and it's maybe like a nature nurture question. Do you feel like you were born with the ability to kind of like do what you did, or do you feel like there was defining moments that you had as a child that where you were like, I really want to make a difference, like I really want to change something?
I think I got the gist of the question. I'll give him a second to catch up. Cool. You back?
He's cut out. Yeah.
Sorry, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I think I got the gist of it. I'm happy to
Okay.
answer the part that I caught. All right. So look, man, I really feel like I got a lot of help from people along the way, and the way that I've been so lucky is I was always my own person, and I was always willing to say what I really thought about things and take big risks and communicate about them. I was always a big communicator, and so part of the reason I ended up at YC is I was a batch speaker. Like Paul Graham invited me to come speak, and the founders really liked what I had to say because I was willing to speak truthfully and speak my mind and say things in a more direct way than I think a lot of the speakers would. And I never intentionally was trying to get a job at YC. I was just being myself. And I was really blessed and lucky that I was recruited by Paul Graham, and that I was given the opportunity to work at YC all these years. And so again, in nature nurture, yeah, man, I think I always was my own person. You could read some of the tweets about, like what Harj said about me and stuff when we announced that I was leaving YC, where I'm a free thinker. I don't know. I'm happy to be my own person. And so that was nature, right? And then I think the nurture is how many important people in my life gave me a shot. And I think that that's been my role at YC, is giving founders a shot. Like I try to say yes to a lot of people. But yeah, man, like I would never be able to do this without lots of people deciding to give me a shot. And I give a lot of credit to those people. You know what I mean? Like you can never do this on your own.
No, I agree. And then like, how do you feel like we can keep building a system where, but honestly, you know what, like just to that point, like I definitely agree, like having Harley's the president of Shopify, and let me know again if I cut out.
Yeah.
It's funny, I'm walking backwards now because there's better cell reception, so I'm gonna have to make up these miles. which is going to be tough, but whatever. It's part of the founder journey. Um, I feel like Harley, with me personally, like I wouldn't have been able to organize like an event like this if he does this thing called like Builder Sundays in Montreal, right? And I'm from Montreal and I love Montreal, and we're gonna move to the Bay Area eventually. But you know, I'm
Yeah.
still like we've just been in Montreal for the last little bit. It's where I'm from, and he does these things called Builder Sundays, and every single Sunday he sits down with a group of founders from the city and he builds. And I think it's like it's stuff like that that like you know I want to be able to succeed, and I think like it's amazing to hear that like it's amazing to see someone do that, because I feel like there's so many opportunities that like I wouldn't have had and other people wouldn't have had, and so many people don't have without help like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll tell you my little Shopify link. I don't know if you heard about this, but the COO of Shopify, his name is Kaz, and Kaz was in YC. I funded him a decade ago, and he was doing a local payments thing called Cash with a K. And I remember funding him and doing a lot of office hours with him, and I thought he was great. And you know, his startup didn't work out the way everyone had hoped, but he ended up after that getting a job at Facebook and working on like Facebook payments for a few years, and then he got recruited to be the COO of Shopify. And so it's funny that like, yeah, man, I totally know the CEO of Shopify because I funded him. And he's like the coolest guy. And it's, you know, I'm proud I was some small part of his story, and that he continues to have this big impact that Shopify does. You know, I'm a huge fan of the brand and the business. So that's an example of staying powered, my friend. You know what I mean?
Dude, it's
Kaz
sick.
Yeah.
No, it is really insane, and sorry for the cutting out. And then I'm gonna
Yeah,
hit you with one last question, because
sure.
you're in Hawaii. I want to make sure you know you're able to enjoy your time there. You just finished YC, so you know you got a lot of catching up on life to do. What do you feel like is, and this is you know another cliche, but what's your favorite moment that you're like you feel like you know on your deathbed you're like, okay, I finished my life, that you're gonna remember from YC, whether it be personal, professional, you know, whatever you're willing to share,
Yeah.
about your time and your experience there.
You know, it's hard to think of one moment, but I'll give a swing. I Most people don't know that OpenAI started as part of Y Combinator, and it was something called YC Research, where we were going to hire researchers to do fundamental research in various things. It was like a SAM thing, and yeah, man, I'll never forget sitting in a conference room at the YC Mountain View office, and it was me and Paul, who's my co-founder, Paul Buchheit, the creator of Gmail, my new company. It was me and Paul sat down with Ilya, the founder of OpenAI, and we basically were interviewing him for the job of creating OpenAI. Sam introduced us to him, and I just remember we were asking him, why, you know, what's the future? Why is this going to work? Please explain the technology behind why LLMs are working now. And he just sat there and he predicted the future. And he explained, I believe this was pre-Transformers. So Transformers hadn't even been invented yet. So this was early, but he basically explained the breakthroughs that they had found in deep learning, and that he believed that it was that the scale would keep going, and that they would keep inventing more stuff, and that it made a lot of sense to allow the whole world to benefit from AI advancements versus it just being inside of Google. And I'll just never forget that conversation, because he said a lot of really crazy things that were predictions of the future, all of which came true. and Paul and I sat there and we were like, he seems good, let's do it. and I had no idea in that moment that I basically saw the future and did my own tiny small part of being a part of it. And yeah, man, I'll never forget that. Like, think about the ramifications of that conversation. And
Yeah,
it's not like we're done yet. So yeah, I'll never forget that, man. That was wild.
dude, that's fucking beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, that's insane. I'm happy. That's crazy to have learned today. Maybe it's because I ran too much, my head's spinning, but that's holy shit. Okay. Dalton,
Yeah.
thank you so much. I deeply appreciate your time. George, thank you as well. I mean, George is going to be helping me out with the rest of this. I hope you enjoy
Yeah.
your time in Hawaii.
Thank
I
you.
hope hopefully I'll meet you eventually in life. And I hope you have an absolutely wonderful day, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, I appreciate it. Good luck on the rest of your run, man. Good
Dude,
luck.
Thanks,
thank
Tori.
you.
Good to see you again.
Sure thing. All right.
Have
Thanks,
a good
guys.
one.
I'll see you later. Yeah. Have a good
Ciao.
one. Okay. Bye. See ya.
That was fucking sick. Dude, I'm so mad that it was cutting out.
You should have stayed still, man. Sit down. That was good,
Bro,
though.
no, you know what's crazy? I was like sitting down and then the wind would blow and I would lose connection. So I was like running around to like find connection midway through. I had to like run like I would get connection, lose it, and then I'd run like a few kilometers to get connection again.
Mm.
Which is a bit nuts, but anyway, dude, that was crazy. That's sick. That's crazy you get to do
Or
that every week. I'm
you were good at
jealous.
asking questions.
Were they good questions? I hope they were good questions. I don't know if they
They
were
were
good
good questions.
questions.
I mean, I learned something today. So, and I've known the guy for 2-3 months now. So,
George, you're a good man. All right, bro. Thank you so much. All right, I'll leave you. You don't have to stay on anymore. I'll finish this fucking run.
smash it, man. How long you got left?
Okay. I probably had like 2 hours left, and I ran back. So now I probably have like 2.5 hours left.
Ah,
It's all good. That's life.
that's life. You go back and forth.
You go back and forth. 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Exactly. Anyway, I'll let you finish
All
your
right,
run.
bro.
Good to see you, man. And we'll catch up soon.
Yep. Have a good one. Ciao, brother.
In a bit, dude.
All right. I'm going to walk in. It's going to be camera off for maybe 30, 45 minutes. And then we're going to keep running, boys and ladies. Thank you. back. And we're back. We're alive. It's Christian. You're gonna have a fat boyfriend after this. What? You're gonna have a fit boyfriend. I have 2K until the last 10. Yeah, I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna try to hit like sub an hour 15. I'm gonna take like 5 minutes. What'd you say? I can't hear you. What'd you say? Yeah, I'm gonna take a fiver. I'm gonna take like a fiver. I'm gonna eat, drink, and then I'm gonna hit the rest. I'm gonna see if I can beat it. Beat an hour 15. Which I don't know how fast that is, but so I'm fine. What? You want to get some?
Instant red.
Oh, you got a basket. Fucking hallucinated hard. Okay. Goblins. Love you too. Sorry? Yeah, 6 minutes.
Hello there,
Dylan,
Noah.
what's up, bro? How you doing?
Good, good. How are you doing, man?
I'm alive. I'm alive and breathing. I'm conscious. I haven't died yet. I have a few sunburns. My legs are cramping, but I'm almost there. Bro, I
Just
have.
keep trekking,
You
right?
know what? The place is messy. There's not much I can do, but
It's okay.
all
It's all
I
good.
good.
was I was trying to decide if I should tell Noah that like Aaron's gonna be late because he's trying to panic clean up his room, but I was like, maybe I won't say anything.
No,
No, I
Aaron,
just
if
I
there's
just
a
left
viral
your
clip,
message.
if there's a viral clip, you're gonna get cyberbullied for having a bad room. That's just the way
Oh
life goes, bro.
man.
That's the way the cookie
Okay,
crumbles.
I think part of it is covered by the Aurora sign up link.
There you go. You're safe. You're safe. You're fine.
I
Yeah,
You're
love
all
we're
good.
that.
good. We're good.
Anyway, bro. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on. Feel free to introduce yourselves. So, everyone, this is Joran. Are you an associate or analyst?
Analyst at Inovia, working on the pre-seed and fund to funds team with Prem and some of the other great folks at Inovia.
Fantastic. And then this is Aaron, human super connector.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind. I just do things.
Exactly. So basically, here I'm gonna hit you guys a few interview questions, but we'll
Yeah,
keep it
shoot.
informal. We'll keep it chill. This is honestly good. Interviews are great. They distract me from the fact that I'm effectively just walking at this point to Ottawa, which I don't know if that's dumber than running, but it's probably along the same playing field.
How many kilometers?
I have I have 10 left. I have exactly 10 left, which
Oh, you're in the
means
final stretch.
190
Yeah,
to finish.
good luck.
Bro, I'm like the
100,
last
yeah,
interview
190
today.
down.
Yeah, the last interview today is with the CEO of Strava. So, well, the founder of Strava. So
Oh,
Not
I'm
bad.
gonna
nice.
show him
We're
my
in
Strava,
between.
bro.
Yeah, we're in between the YC partners and the CEO of Strava. So we got a
Yeah, it's
prime
pretty.
time slot here.
That's kind of a fucking prime time slot. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, all right, gentlemen. So to start off, so I don't get hit by a car, I'm making sure I'm really like looking at the bonhomme that says go. Why are you guys interested in venture capital? What got you guys into venture capital? And then finally, now that you're in it, how the fuck do you get into venture capital? I feel like so many people want to understand this.
Oh, dude, it's like you're at the cusp of innovation. How can you not love that,
It's a good point.
right? Like you're seeing the future just unfold in front of you. I have a hard time not nerding out about most of these spaces, and like the driven founders, it's insane. It's so cool.
It's exactly like Aaron said. I mean, the thing with founders is like everything you do is kind of stacked against you, right? Like you don't have enough resources. You're solving a problem that no one's been able to solve. You're typically so scrappy but you're doing it for the mission. You're definitely not doing it for the work-life balance, right? Like you're doing it for the mission, and that is something that just like I love. Like working with founders, trying to solve these big meaty problems, and just kind of sitting down, rolling up your sleeves, and being like, all right, like what do we do? Like, how do we, we've got this big lofty goal. Like, how do we get there? Right. So no, that's what drew me into the space, was just kind of working with people, working on these like really, really interesting topics and just like learning every single day. And always kind of being the dumbest person in the room, right? Those are just all areas I loved.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, how did you guys break in?
Honestly, breaking into ventures is a total crapshoot. I think you have to really position yourself as someone who can get access to the best quality deal flow. You have to have a brand. Maybe you can demonstrate some sort of domain expertise. But you really, number one, you have to give off competent vibes and show that you can be competent. And number two, you need to put yourself out there so that potential firms who have really weird hiring cycles, because venture hiring is very ad hoc, notice you, right? I think that's
Exactly. And part of it's also, like everyone in this space. I mean, Noah, you would know, like, everyone in this space, like, respects a hustler, right? Like it's whatever it takes to survive and get to that next level. And so same thing, I always joke that like working in this space is like, it's a lifestyle, like not a career. And so, living and breathing this, in terms of like what you're reading every day, the types of people you talk to, the types of questions you're thinking about, for me, that's kind of like how I got started in it, right? Oh no, we lost. No, hopefully you didn't get hit by anything. If not,
Tucker's back.
okay, there you
He
go. He's
lives.
back. It's like otherwise, Aaron and I got to start walking to finish the last kilometers. But it really is all about that. So I think I got my first start, working at Front Row, but really like anyone, just go out, talk to founders, start reading articles, start writing and putting things online. Aaron does podcasts and writes. All of these are such great ways to kind of get started and just kind of immerse yourself in the space.
Yeah, no, like literally when Aaron and I hang out, we have to like nudge each other to not talk about venture and stuff.
Exactly.
It's really bad. It's mostly my fault.
Yeah, honestly, bro, I know what you mean.
Aaron
I'm
has
not gonna
other
lie.
interesting things about him. I don't.
Bro, it's chill. Aaron, we're in the same boat. I'll be hanging out with Damien. We'll be at a barbecue. I'll try and talk about work. He'll look at me like, bro, like, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna kill you right now. I'm like, bro, I don't know if I can. It's all I know.
It's what you live and breathe. Exactly.
Which is pretty sick. All right. Now, I know you guys actually, Aaron, this is a specific point to you because I think you have like a really interesting approach. You know everyone. For some context, like Aaron is one of the most well-connected people that I know within like the Montreal ecosystem specifically, even the Canadian ecosystem, right? And you kind of you have a realization, which I feel like I understand what the realization is, because I watch the way that you operate, and it's really interesting. But how do you feel like you've been able to build such a massive network, if that makes
I
sense?
think just like be default friend. You know what I mean? Like I will be everyone's friend until someone gives me a reason not to be their friend. And if people text me for the first time, like unless I'm like dying with work, which happens a lot of the time, I will do my best to respond to be helpful because there's no reason not to be helpful, right? And not that I do it for the return on investment or the return on time investment, but like the return on time invested when you help people is insane, right? So it feels good. You get a dopamine rush when you help someone. So just being a helpful resource helps you make friends. That's the formula. There's not much more to it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And then like Joran, what was I gonna say? How do you feel like you broke into Inovia specifically? It's one of Canada's biggest, most competitive funds, and you
Well, it's
didn't even
Canada's
graduate
top firm.
university. What?
That's Canada's top firm. I'm allowed to say that.
There you go. It's Canada's top firm. He's big dog. He's big. You're like Canadian Andreessen Horowitz, right? Like
Pretty
Canadian 816Z. So how do you feel like you didn't graduate, if I'm correct, right? Or did you?
That is true. I am not. I have not graduated yet.
Exactly. So how do you feel like you got a full-time position at Inovia without graduating?
Yeah, I mean that's a great question, and I mean you had Chris on the show earlier, where and he made so many great points about like leading with authenticity, being genuinely interested and kind of like focusing on yourself and what you want to do, right? And I think for me, I started as an intern a year ago, on the venture team, working with some incredible people, and there was a lot I didn't know back then too, and still don't really know. But for me, I think it was exactly that. It was my time being a founder, kind of thinking about like always what moves the needle. And I remember sitting there, another day, just kind of being an intern and being like, look, like, frankly, I don't think anything I'm doing right now as an intern, like, is moving the needle. Like, I'm not changing anything in terms of like solving big problems at Inovia, changing the way people operate or think about venture. And I wanted to do some of that, right? So I kind of just walked into the office of one of the managers I really respect, and I was like, hey, look, I love the work that you do. I love the problems you're trying to solve, like, and the way you talk in meetings. Like, could I work with you? What are some of the biggest problems that or bottlenecks you face, and like, what could I do about it, right? Like, worst case scenario, you go on tomorrow the same way you went on today, right? But like, if I'm able to make a dent in that's something interesting. Long story short, he went, yeah, he took a chance on me, and we were able to do some really good work together, right? I think it is always that, I think being a founder, like the way you think about things in terms of just, if it's not moving the needle, why are you doing it, right? Like, it's such a valuable way of thinking about things. And I was lucky enough to walk into Inovia, and was able to kind of embody that mindset. And I was lucky that a lot of people took a chance on me. So that was kind of how I was able to kind of get deeper and deeper into it. And then initially it was from intern to part-time contractor to full-time contractor, and now kind of working as an analyst out of Montreal. So that was my journey. But like, I'm good. Aaron and Chris, you guys all know, like, Christian at Panache. You guys all know Vincent at Golden. Like, so many other people like that. Like, that's all they do, right? Is they think about it from like what is the biggest thing I could do today, right? And why am I not working on that, right? And that is how they kind of got their foot in the door in all of those really interesting firms and get to work on really cool things.
I think that's a really good point. I think it's like a non-employee mindset, which I think it's kind of
Exactly.
stupid to say, but it's like I'm here, and independent of if I'm working for someone else or myself, what is the biggest way that I can create value every single day? And I
Yeah.
think that's what you need to embody as a founder. It's what you need to embody as someone like anyone in life, right? Like, if you're making music, if you're an artist, like Dalton was on earlier, and something really interesting that he said was like iMeme is like a music technology company, and he's like, I knew a lot of the people in Hollywood before I knew the people in Silicon Valley, and it's crazy because the parallels between the best creative individuals and the biggest founders are unparalleled, and it's just like a common algorithm that people employ to really make the biggest impact, no matter what domain that they're in. You know what I mean?
I think
And I think,
the
go ahead.
top 0.1% in every field practice a lot of the same habits, right? So like
Absolutely.
the best like superstar hockey players, football players, basketball players, they obsess over their craft like nothing else, right? I remember watching NHL's face-off thing on Amazon Prime, and I'm a Canucks fan. I got my Vancouver Canucks flag in the back. And I was watching like Quinn Hughes and how he gets ready for his day and what he does. And this guy eats, sleeps, lives, and breathes hockey. Like, when he's not, on the pitch, like playing on the rink, he's like VOD reviewing every single thing. He's watching other games. He's seeing what techniques he can steal, emulate. And then when he's not doing that, he's like crafting like the perfect diet so that he can perform at like 100% every day. A lot of Olympians do the same stuff. For actors, actresses. That's like putting a lot of time into prep, right? Like reading through scripts. Method acting. Method actors are amazing. I think it applies to every field. Like, if you want to be the best in your field, you have to put in the most amount of effort. You have to want to be the best and be obsessed.
Oh my god, and that's such a great point, right, Aaron? Like it's really just about like giving a shit, right? Like, really caring about what you're gonna do, and be like, look, like, if I don't care, why am I doing it, right? Like, and
Yeah.
that's how founders think, right? Is like that's what you really give a shit about the problem, and you want to do it, whatever it takes to solve it. So, no, absolutely. I think I just resonate with that point so much.
And like, we can keep going. I think
Yeah.
there's probably a chapter in Malcolm Gladwell's Outliers. What is it? The 10,000 hours rule. Where
Or it's
10,000 hours into X, like X being an activity, that's what it takes to master it. Now, I think that's true. Like it's true for most things. The only exception might be chess. Chess requires more than 10,000 hours to actually become a master.
Yeah, no, dude, I think that's a huge point. And then to that point, for each of you individually, let me know if I'm cutting out, by the way. But for each of you guys individually, what do you feel like is the thing that at the end of your lives you've put the most hours into? Is it like becoming an investor, being a founder, something personal? You know what I mean? Family or any of those things?
That's tough.
I
Yeah, I'll let you
yeah,
take
yeah, that
this
is.
one.
It's a bit of a cop out answer, I feel like, but for me, it's just like learning. I think like there hits a certain point where you like learn about. I in my free time, I read a lot about history, like sociology, psychology, philosophy, like politics, and all this. And it's like at some point in reading, you start to see the lines get drawn between all of these different areas, right? Like you see how what happened in history is so deeply entrenched with like sociology and philosophy and like all of these areas just kind of come together. And so for me it's just that, right? Like in my weekends, in my free time, like if I'm not talking to a founder and going deep on an area, like that's going to be something I do anyways, like in my free time. So for me, like if at the end of my life I can point to a bookshelf and just be like, look, like everything from floor to ceiling, like I've read through and I've read all the books that those books reference, and I've talked to all the authors behind it and all the minds, and I'm like, that for me would be like I'm happy.
I think for me, it's a two-part answer here. One of them is, I genuinely think I want to be measured by how much I've helped people. This goes
Mm.
back to like my grandfather. Um, he would help so many people, and like growing up, we'd travel the world and whatnot. We'd always have a friend to stay with. I thought that was always really nice. And then just seeing how he like helped change people's lives. So I'd like to do that too. And then the second thing is like more of a selfish thing. I want to be in the goddamn textbooks my kids grow up reading. We'll figure out a way to get in there in a nice, like, good way. Like, I don't want to
I like that
very badly.
equalizes it a bit because it's like you're like, I want to help people, and I'm like, I just want to read. Like I want everyone to leave me alone, and for me to just read my books. So I like that you also added that second piece in there. I feel like it equalizes it.
Yeah, no, dude, that's to a good point. I think it's like some people want to be deeply in touch with the universe and some people deeply want to understand it. And I think there's like
Yeah.
so many dimensions in which we could each individually apply ourselves. And I think like as a human being, it's just like what stimulates you the most. And then like once you're stimulated by that thing, how can you best apply yourself to that respective dimension, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's huge. And then now, what was I going to say? Since you guys are both in venture, um, what is the deal, or what is a company that you want to start, or B, a company, a type of company, or a specific problem that you want to invest in?
Man, if I had the expertise to solve it, like, I would go full Brian Johnson, don't die. The coolest, biggest problem. Like, if you could give me a magic wand and I could, like, conjure up, like, the best doctors and scientists and just give me the money to employ them, that's what I would do. 100%. I mean, also AGI. Like, these are all cop out answers, but like, they're definitely things I would do if I had the capabilities and the tools to tackle those problems. I
No,
could raise like
they're really cool areas.
yeah. You can raise the new 10 on 2 or no 2 on 10 rounds. Two on 10 billion, Mira Murati style, and just live life and pursue AGI and vibe.
If yeah, I love that. I mean, if for me, if we're not thinking about like the financial, like if it is just purely like to build for the sake because I love the mission and I want to build, I would probably go back into ed tech as much as it's a love hate relationship between me and ed tech. In particular, one thing that I've been fascinated by is like, I think building, there's this mindset of finding problems and solving problems, but like in psychology, there's this idea that like the in order to grow, you kind of have to face adversity, right? Like you have to face adversity, go through it, problem shoot it yourself, and that's how you learn and grow best. And so I'm trying to think about like how that fits into like our modern day definition of building. It's almost adding in this like anti-fragile element of like, how do we build products that encourages friction almost, but in a healthy way that challenges people, make them like think deeper and make them like want to go deeper into specific areas. I don't think that it is really healthy to solve every single problem, that a person faces. I do think that humans in general need a level of friction in order to grow. So that's something I'm these days really fascinated about. I have no idea what that looks like, but I'd love to, if I tomorrow were starting to build, that's what I would want to go into.
Oh, there's the famous rat experiment, right? You're in where like they
Oh
they
yeah,
give
like
the
the rat
rats
utopia.
everything. Yeah, the rat
Yeah,
utopia,
yeah,
and then they
yeah,
all just like died. And by died,
Hopefully we
I'm
won't
using
face that
language that
point.
like Twitch and whatever will not
Every
like
article I've read about that
strike
is like that
for.
they typically mirror it to humans, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I feel it's
Well,
pretty,
like I don't know
pretty
how
bleak
wrong
take.
that is. Like if you gave a human literally everything, like beyond what our current tech has, what incentive would they have to do anything? Like get out
I
of
mean,
bed.
yeah, I mean, great founders, right? Like they typically have that chip on their shoulder. They face adversity early in their lives. Like you're right, it creates the best type of motivation in some ways. So, no, I totally agree with you. Where you look at history and like most of the people that were handed empires, like like the Louis of like France and all this, like it typically didn't end very well. So no, I totally agree with you.
Well,
I'm curious how this plays out on like a larger scale.
but I think the other thing you have to remember is that like most humans are not that ambitious, right? Most humans, like it's not a joke, right? Like I remember like my first crush in high school, and she told me like my ideal life is just to like have a job, or no, yeah, have a job, go 9 to 5, husband has a job 9 to 5, come home, make okay money, and that's it. That's life, and no attention, nothing like that. And I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me. That's not enough. Like, you need,
This
you need to
this
do
goes to the
more.
deeper, nature versus nurture. But like to me, it's like, but if you faced adversity early on and you overcome that and you reach that level of satisfaction from like, hell yeah, I solved it. I don't know. I think more people would be doing, like the however many 20,000 miles or however long Noah's running for, right? Like, I think that there is the satisfaction of overcoming challenges does kind of beget more problem solving, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely agree. I wouldn't be here if I disagreed, to say the least. I feel like to a certain extent, it's like a privilege to face and overcome adversity. You know, because only then have you been demonstrated or demonstrated to yourself. The capabilities of not just yourself, but like of any being as a human being. And I think the perspective that you gain from that is one that's singular. You can't understand a lot of things in life and how they roll out until you face significant adversity and like overcome it.
Well,
And
it's
so
it's mostly mental. I feel like let's say you have like a big accident or something like that. Like I feel like a lot of people will use that as an excuse to like take a lot of time off work, whatever. Like I got really injured a couple years ago, and I think like a weekend, and like I was pumped up on more drugs than I could name for the rest of the stream. And I'm like calling my boss at work, like give me more work, and they're like, Jesus Christ, no, like please. But like like it's a mindset thing, right? Like I feel like people default to their comfy place, right? And the best people don't default to a comfy place, or that comfy place is just like building more stuff and shipping more stuff. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
mean, Noah's comfy place is the walk to Ottawa. He's we're seeing it in real time.
Those legs must be burning.
I'm not
Have you at least had like a
gonna
runner's high yet, or a couple?
Oh, like, because this is the thing. I think I ran like the first 20-25 today.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, like, I was just like, it was breaking down. I had my first interview. After the first interview, I was like, bro, I can't do this. It's been
Oh
a
no, Noah, you're
while.
choppy. Hear you very well. Wait,
Oh,
Aaron, is
yeah.
it me or can you also?
No, it's
Uh,
choppy on my end too.
no, it's my fault. Hold up.
The
Well,
video
Noah's.
quality is great though. I just want you to know. The video quality is
feedback on the map, though. You should zoom in more. Like right now, it doesn't look that impressive. It's like a tiny line on like this massive map. Like, but like you gotta zoom in more so it looks. I think like
Well, I mean,
the
it's
scale
impressive if you
matters.
can like make out Montreal and realize, oh, the red starts really far away from it.
No, it's impressive when
Yeah.
I start walking and like 5 minute walk to work, I'm like out of breath, and then I think about what Noah's doing, right? then it's impressive. But like
Hey, in all
me sitting
fairness,
in my air conditioned
that's
room,
an uphill walk though for you, right? You gotta
it
walk
is
a
a
little
little
bit
bit uphill,
uphill.
but still.
You're given a pass, you know, like how much harder can 200K be than that? You there, Noah?
I think I'm in
Last,
zone.
Oh no,
you're in a
Noah's
dead
still.
zone.
It's okay. I'll ask questions now.
I'm-
Oh, you're back.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
back.
you are.
Basically, I might cut out at some point. I'm walking through a death zone, but
Okay, it's the last vestiges of Noah's run.
what was I gonna say?
Here. I'll ask the questions. Aaron, so what is one advice you would give next generation people as that want to go into venture, that want to go into startups? What would you tell them?
Well, number one is you can just do things. Like that's the easiest thing ever, right? Like I don't think enough people realize that you can just do whatever you're thinking, right? Like whatever comes to mind, whatever. Like Noah's a great example of that. Like, oh, I'm just gonna go run 200K, get Harley, and then like every other cool person I can think of, and shove them on a call, and they'll all agree. Like, you had a pretty star-studded lineup here, right? That's an example of you can just do things. And I don't think enough people realize that you had that idea in your head and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna go do this now. You set it up and then you did it. I think another thing is consistency is really important, and like everything that you put your name behind, you should really put a lot of effort into making sure it's great. And I'm stretched thin, so that's currently a problem I'm trying to face, where I'm like literally like a fireman, like putting out every single fire every day, because I'm stretched too damn thin. What else is there? What other
Those are good advice. For
the next generation? Brand is so important, especially in like this new, digital first paradigm. Like you have to have a better brand than your competitor for X job, because venture is so competitive. Like there's a finite amount of dry powder to raise if you're an entrepreneur, and the best get it, and the worst don't. Right? So, you have to find every advantage you can get, and I think the easiest way to get ahead is to build a really nice brand.
And I'll piggyback off of some of those points. I think like on top of the just do it, just get out there, build something, throw it out there. You don't have to ask for permission. I'd add, if you're trying to decide what to do, default towards the more batshit crazy one. Default towards exciting missions. If you're going to write an article, if you're going into a space, go into like data and space, right? Like one of my friends just sent me an article in that space. I'm like, I love that that's what you went into, like, because when you work on exciting things, people naturally want to help you, right? People want to be a part of exciting missions, and you learn more. It's more ambitious. You have to push yourself more. I think in general, there's just, you look at young founders, and the ones that typically make it, a lot of them are the ones targeting these big, audacious, like crazy goals.
Yes, like enterprise problems that you can solve with B2B SaaS.
Somebody, but exactly, like there's a certain, I think, demand or a certain level that kind of is required of you when you go after these larger goals, and I find that when you're young, you can kind of typically rise up to the occasion, right? Like, it's like yourself, Aaron, like you wanted to write for BetaKit. Like you didn't want to write for some small Quebec, newsletter, which you could have, right? But like,
I don't know.
for you, it's
French
like, if I'm writing,
yet,
I'm writing for the best Canadian, tech news, tech magazine out there.
And I asked, and I said yes. Don't make sure you have a writing portfolio first. Don't just right.
Boys, am I alive again?
You're alive. You're back. Welcome back.
You're back.
Oh, I'm back, gentlemen.
Final
Thank you
stretch.
so much
How
for
many
hopping on.
kilometers left?
I have, bro, on God,
Yeah.
No, your reception still
7.7.
sucks.
Okay, I have 7 kilometers left. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having us. And
Thank you so much, Noah. This
Appreciate
was a
it.
lot of fun.
Anyway,
all right, we'll
I'm
see
gonna
ya.
close this out. Thank you for picking it up while my connection died. It is deeply appreciated.
Of course, no worries.
Of
All right,
course.
have a good one.
All right, ciao, boys. All right, last 7 kilometers. Try to run it. If I pass out, I pass out. Yeah, I'll have some food and Gatorade. I'm gonna run the last little bit. Gentlemen, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, the longest it's the worst one, that's for sure. Well, that's what I mean by the longest, you know? The longest in time. Not in 6.3 kilometers. Let's go. Let's go. 6.39 pace. $36 minutes. Come on, boy. Carry the boats and the motherfucking loads. Carry the boats. Carry the boats. Carry the motherfucking boats and loads. Carry the boats and loads. Boy, who's gonna carry the boats? Who's gonna carry the boats? Who's gonna carry the? Who's gonna carry the boats? Who's gonna carry the boats? Gonna carry the? Who's gonna carry the boats? Who's gonna carry the boats? Gonna carry the? Who's gonna carry the boats? Who's gonna carry the boats? Who's gonna carry them? Who's gonna carry the boats? That's Ontario flag. Hey, just keep fucking swimming, bro. Almost there. I'm okay. Almost there. Love you too. Near the end, stay a bit closer. Thank you. Stay a bit closer. You all right? All right, bet. Yeah, stay a bit closer just in case. Yeah, I feel good. Yeah. I'm okay for now. Yeah. Said I'm okay for now. 5.6K. Monkey mumble. Graveyard. Hopefully that's not foreshadowing. Keep going. God, scrap yourself. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm locked in. Oh, I don't want to walk it so bad, but I think it might be a better idea. I mean, not that I'm not feeling well, but you know what I mean? I'm just exhausted. You know what the thing is? I don't know. You know, it's like listen to your body. I don't know. I don't know my body. I don't know when my body's going to tell me I need to stop. Does that make sense? What'd you say? No, I feel hot. Yeah. I feel hot on my sunburn. Here, I'm going to pour this on me. Okay. Here, let's not die. I'll choose survival.
I agree. Oh my God.
I go, what? Yeah, something like that. Is that? Sure, thank you. Yeah. Wow. Kind of crazy. Okay. Throwing stuff away. Bet. Yeah. Love you too. Oh. Alive. No, not as much. Fair. Yo, be careful. No, I'm good. Actually, yeah, it's probably a good idea. Thank you. Uh, Also, be careful. There's mad homeless over there. Mad homeless. 3.5 kilometers left. Yeah, I'm alive. I'm so excited to fucking end this. Hey, it's such a. It's like I'm like itching. Right, I want to run so bad, but I'm like, I should be intelligent. You know, like it's the only thing. Yeah. Bad mercado. Whoa. Mercado. Lato. Chess. Almost there, bro. 3.1 kilometers. The legs are tight, and that's all right. I'm a little bit of water. Then we're pulling. Is this the Rito? I don't know. It's the Rito River. I don't know if it's the Rito Canal. It's the river. I thought it was the Rito Canal. I don't know. It might be. It's definitely. I don't know much about it. Oh, the canal is somewhere else. Because that makes a lot of sense. Can't wait to get in the car and my mom to be like, "You're a fucking idiot." What else can you do though? Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I don't. I think I have her location for sure, but I think I'm gonna run the last 2K. May or may not. Oh wow. From Hawkesbury. Look at his booty. Evo Latino. Oh my god. Romanian embassy. And on the third day, ambassade de Romania. Probably. 2.6 kilometers. A little bit of water. Thank you. Oh my god. Fucking shit. Holy fuck. You know, imagine I put the right address. How funny that would be. No, I think we're right. You just put 2.5K. We're the right place. We're going the right way. Uh, Astrid. Yo, Astrid, hold up. Okay, wait. I want to ask the police if I can get a police escort since I ran 200 kilometers. What? Oh, why? You don't want to be associated with that? Okay. I mean, the other area was worse. This is chill. It's not that bad. Ah, it's fine. Whatever. 2.3 kilometers. We're almost there. They're chill. They're chill. They're like they've been at the same space all day. You know. You know what's crazy? The first day, probably the most painful. Yeah, by far. Yeah, I ran a lot. Like I did. Hey, I did a 10 and then I walked. Yeah. So what? Oh, nice. Right at the end. Absolve me, Jesus, of my sins. Yo, Astrid, here. I'll give you the battery pack. I'll put it in here. No, it's still going. You're good. You do a lot, I know. Oh, what a day. This is so funny. Oh, Connor Street. Oh, Australia. You get my text? Oh, we're near Byward Market, so be careful. It's the remember. Just look left. Remember my grandma got punched in the face? Yeah. Do you remember that? Well, not my grandma, my great aunt, whatever. As love, just do a lot I know. Almost there. 1.6. I can still feel my toes.
That's good.
Yeah, it's not terrible. All right, I think I'm gonna run the rest of this. 1.6K. Yeah, 1.6K. I think I'm all right. Just stay close. I definitely don't think I'll pass out for this, but no, I think I'm okay. Actually, yeah.
I'll kill you.
Well, definitely won't. Knock on wood.
Hey.
Making sure. All right. 1.6K to 6 minute per kilometer pace. Just under 10 minutes.
That's not a lot.
Oh, holy fuck. Hey, stay on the side of the guy. Oh, cross left. And go right. I mean, go straight, basically. Oh, I'm supposed to go up here.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I'm alive. As long as I keep like talking, my words aren't slurring, I'm still alive. Gatineau, Quebec, Rideau, East, Est. Safe. Dalhousie, Wellington, Nicholas. Pass the brain test. Norca Restaurant and Bar, Le Germain Hotel. We have one near us.
Yeah, it looks safe.
That's like right across from us. Oh yeah, time to go. TTG.
I know what it is.
Oh, so sorry. Thank you very much. Rideau Canal. Parlement, là. Hey, regarde ça, il y a du construction. Il y a du construction à Parlement. Hostie. Tabarnak, on est là. Vive le Québec. Le Parlement. Le Parlement building. On a bien couru. Assez loin. Et assez fort. We ran. Shit. I have to get to the other side. Oh, whatever. Long and far enough to get here. We are almost there. We are almost there. Shout out to the Rideau Canal. Shout out to Canada. Shout out to the brother Mark Carney. It's my dog right there. Actually, I think it is getting to me. The runner is high. No, I'm okay. I'm good. 750 meters. You know you're close when it's giving you down, like it's always going to 2 decimal. It's giving us meters. Before it was like 36K. And then it was 3.6K. And then it was 900 meters. And now it's 650 meters. Checking on my vital signs. Making sure I'm still alive. I still need to pee. The fact that I feel that is good. What? I'll pee soon. 650 meters, I'll pee. Sorry, man. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Look at that. That's beautiful. Vive le Canada. Le Parlement building. Laisse-moi y aller. Hold the phone, sweetheart. I'm almost there. Let's go. It's raining men. Hallelujah. It's raining men. Oh, going out of state. I just want to make sure I don't run into a post. Ah. Ba, 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 ba. It's almost there. Next left. What pace are we breaking? It's at 5-minute pace. You okay? Be careful. Almost there. 3 more minutes. Cramp me, baby. Give me a cramp right at the end. Right at the end. Give me a cramp. I dare you. I'm literally cramping right now. 6:10 pace. Breaking 5-minute pace. Excuse me, I ran here from Montreal. I'm almost done. 100 meters. Let's go. Let's go. Break 5-minute pace. Break 5-minute pace. No, let me go. I need to go. I almost broke 5-minute pace. I'm at 6:10. I would have broken 5-minute pace. Arrived. Alive. It's right there.
Is this it?
Let me yell. Let's go! Thank you. Sorry about that. Sir, did you know I ran here from Montreal?
That's good.
I'm not even lying. Well, I biked 100K, but I ran the other 100K.
Wow.
Yeah, you know why? Because the president of Shopify told me, Harley, what a day to be alive. What a day to accomplish something nice. I'm going to send him a video. Well, this is going to be recorded. Harley, the address, what's the address to Shopify, to Shopify Ottawa? It's that one. 151 O'Connor Streets. Thank you. Woo. That feels good. That feels like crack. Oh my God. They have the whole building? Holy shit. That's the whole building. Thank you. Wow. I'm going to leave that there. I texted Harley. I texted him, arrived alive. Here, I need to send him a video. Recording not available while on a call. Okay, I have to leave for everyone. Thank you so much. I'll join back on. Thank you so much, everyone. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever done. But we have 38 viewers on this stream, of which most of it, I'm sure it's people in total who have watched. But I'm not going to lie, I don't really fucking care. Because I spoke to one of the world's best investors, president of one of the largest companies in the world. What a day. What a day to be alive. What a day to have a day. I haven't died yet. I walked most of it like a fat person, but I needed to lose weight anyway, and I would have died if I ran. So I ran at the end. That counts. That counts for something. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I could have run a lot more because I feel like I have too much energy. Could have killed.
You're gonna cry.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna crash. Anyway, I need to take a video and send this to Harley to tell him that tell him that I freaking made it. Wow. Let's go.